The Indian Army has stepped up its focus on strengthening close air support, a key component of modern battlefield operations. Chief of Army Staff Upendra Dwivedi flew the indigenous HAL Prachand during a sortie at HAL in Bengaluru. At the Pokhran field firing range, the AH-64 Apache carried out its first field firing, successfully hitting the targets with precision weapons. The demonstration showed how attack helicopters can closely support ground troops, even in high-threat combat environments. Equipped with advanced sensors and real-time data systems, these platforms enable rapid target detection and precision strikes. The Apache proved its role as a force multiplier, while Prachand highlighted India's growing strength in indigenous defense technology. The exercise reflects the Indian Army's push to integrate air and land power for greater battlefield effectiveness and operational momentum.
Viewers, now in Pokhran, the Indian Army showcased the firepower and advanced combat capabilities of its Apache attack helicopter during exercise Brahmastra in Rajasthan's Jaisalmer. Now also called the Guardian, the advanced helicopters showcased precision strike capabilities by successfully launching AGM-114 Hellfire missiles and an active display of gunfire. Now April 10 was the first field firing by the Indian Army for the Apache helicopter. Now, first fleet of 6 AH-64E Apache helicopters have now been commissioned, and now a fleet has been formed, and it's operational with the 451 Army Aviation Squadron as of now. 6 AH-64E Apache helicopters in the 451 Army Aviation Squadron. Now, we're also going to look at the specifications of the Apache helicopter that's in question. Now, the maximum speed that it reaches is 300 kilometers. The combat range remains about 500 kilometers, and the service ceiling, the ceiling till which this helicopter can actually fly, is about 20,000 plus feet. It's a manned-unmanned teaming is also possible in the newest Apache 64E, and also high-resolution day and night imagery for better surveillance atop this helicopter. Now, viewers, we're also talking about 78 at least longbow fire missiles atop this. Now, looking at the arsenal, about a 30mm M230 gun, a chain gun that fires about 625 rounds per minute, is atop the Apache helicopter. It can also have up to 16 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles, and not just that, it carries up to 76 Hydra 70 rockets atop it. And not just that, there's more to the arsenal. It's compatible with AIM-92 Stinger missiles as well that can help it against anti-drone warfare. In fact, their radars can track up to 128 targets while simultaneously tracking 16 others. Now, it also has launched effects integration again for better imagery, for better surveillance purposes, and that is about the Apache 64E helicopters arsenal that we have looked at right now. And viewers, now after this, there's a lot more that we have for you on the exercise in the report that comes forward that specifically lays attention on the spotlight of the Apache 64E attack helicopters. Take a look.
In a powerful display of aerial combat prowess, the Indian Army showcased the formidable capabilities of its AH-64 Apache attack helicopters during exercise Brahmastra at the Pokhran firing range. Nicknamed the tanks in the air, these advanced attack helicopters executed precise strike missions, firing AGM-114 Hellfire missiles, unleashing rockets and delivering accurate gunfire on designated targets.
इस फायरिंग अभ्यास के दौरान हमारे पायलट्स ने सिमुलेटर ट्रेनिंग, मिशन प्लानिंग और टारगेट एंगेजमेंट का निरंतर अभ्यास किया। हमारी टेक्निकल टीम ने हेलीकॉप्टर्स और वेपन सिस्टम की पूरी जांच की और हेलीकॉप्टर्स को फायरिंग के लिए अवेलेबल कराया, जो कि आने वाले समय में लैंड फोर्सेस द्वारा ड्रोन्स, लॉटर एम्यूनिशन, आर्टी फायर और काउंटर यूएस सिस्टम का इस्तेमाल टैक्टिकल बैटल स्पेस यानी कि एयर लिटोरल के अंदर होगा कि इस एयर लिटोरल का कंट्रोल भी लैंड फोर्सेस के पास ही हो। अपाचे, प्रचंड और रुद्र हेलीकॉप्टर के शामिल होने से हमारी युद्ध क्षमताओं में बड़ा बदलाव आया है। हमारे पायलट्स साहस, कौशल और तकनीकी दक्षता का अद्भुत संगम है और भविष्य के हर संघर्ष में हमारी सेना को बढ़त दिलाने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है।
The exercise highlighted the Apache's ability to deliver devastating firepower with pinpoint accuracy. It also underscored their role as a game changer in modern battlefield scenarios. Equipped with state-of-the-art sensors, night vision systems and advanced weaponry, the Apaches are designated to operate effectively in day, night and adverse weather conditions. Exercise Brahmastra reflects the force's focus on seamless combined arms operation where air and ground elements operate in perfect synergy.
And viewers, moving now to the Bay of Bengal, India has issued a NOTAM over the Bay of Bengal, marking it as a no-flying zone from the 12th till the 14th of April. Now, what is crucial here is the extent of this no-flying zone. In fact, it begins right from the Abdul Kalam Island, India's missile testing site, and extends to 1,680 kilometers. And now speculations are high on a possible ballistic missile test in the area. In fact, we're also going to be talking to you about what this entire blockade looks like, the area that it spans in the Bay of Bengal. Now, there you can see the entire red arrow is the cordoned off area that we're talking about, the area that is under NOTAM. Now, the edge point of this is close to Chandipur in West Bengal, the hub from where all missiles are tested, especially by the Air Force and the Indian Army. Now, that is also the Abdul Kalam Island, which is a missile test site. And this entire area from the 12th till the 14th of April has been cordoned off as a no-flying zone. A NOTAM has been issued by the DRDO for this entire area that is stretching upon 1,600 kilometers in the Bay of Bengal. So there are speculations that there could be a possible ballistic missile test. Now, what is also important is that a Chinese spy vessel, Yuan Wang 7, has been spotted in the Bay of Bengal. So the timeline here is extremely crucial. India issuing a NOTAM that extends from the missile testing center, and a Chinese spy vessel, on the other hand, spotted in the Bay of Bengal right at time. The big question now, is India eyeing to boost its firepower? And if yes, is the dragon trying to come in between? Viewers, now India has achieved another milestone in its Gaganyaan mission with the successful second integrated airdrop test of the crew module supported by the Indian Air Force. Now conducted using an India's Chinook helicopter, the trial validated the parachute-based deceleration system and also demonstrated key recovery. Take a look at this.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration.
Mr. Palaniswamy, do you think that you will come to power this time? What is the figure that you are looking at this time? You will not have to get the support of allies.
ஒரு இயற்கையான கூட்டணியா மக்கள் எண்ணுகிறார். இந்த கூட்டணி வெற்றி பெற்று வருகின்ற பொழுது ஒரு சிறப்பான ஆட்சி கொடுக்க முடியும் என்று மக்களிடத்தில் மிகப்பெரிய நம்பிக்கை இருக்குது. மத்தியிலே பாரதிய ஜனதா ஆட்சி, மாநிலத்திலே அதிமுக ஆட்சி.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH. थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात.
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है.
अरे मेरी राजा.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not. And we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport. You know, that is the kind of language that he has used. You expect such a ceasefire offer to be accepted? You must be out of your mind. The simple fact is that Iran said,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we continue our coverage on the failed truce talks, the fragile truce talks, which were supposed to fail because it was organized at a venue which is a failed state, that is Pakistan, and being led by a failed Field Marshal Asim Munir, and same likewise other leaders in Pakistan. Now there were supposed to be good negotiations happening, but there were no negotiations, proper negotiations, no fruitful result of the negotiations which took place in Islamabad. Now, J.D. Vance has left for United States of America. I'm getting to know that even the Iranian delegation might have left by now. So there was only a one-day window for peace to prevail, and they did not succeed. We'll get you all the updates of this story and a lot more, and minute-to-minute updates on what's unfolding in the West Asian conflict. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms.
US Vice President J.D. Vance's big statement amid peace talks at Islamabad. This is as he says, Iran has chosen to not accept our terms. J.D. Vance amidst his address also mentioned how the US delegations were constantly in communication with POTUS, United States of America's President Trump, as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and Admiral Brad Cooper, head of the United States Central Command, the CENTCOM.
Their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will.
Vice President J.D. Vance said negotiations between the US and Iranians have ended without a deal after the Iranians refused to accept American terms to not develop a nuclear weapon. US Vice President J.D. Vance, soon after his speech, was seen departing from Islamabad. Iranian media claims Iran has no plans to engage in yet another round of negotiations with America amidst Pakistan's attempt of forging US-Iran talks fail. And also, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqer urged for peace despite acknowledging US-Iran to have disagreed on key points amid negotiations. So there will be no future talks, no agreement. This was confirmed by the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqer, who urged for peace despite acknowledging US-Iran to have disagreed on key points. He said, we agreed on most of the points, but 2-3 important points were the ones where we disagreed and the talks failed. All right, viewers, let's begin with the biggest breaking news of the day. US Vice President J.D. Vance, amidst a ceasefire negotiations at Islamabad, makes a big announcement. This as he says that Pakistan-mediated peace talks with Iran and US have failed. He clearly mentioned that the talks have failed, talks were not fruitful, no result has been achieved in Pakistan, in Islamabad. Talks have failed in Pakistan, the talks between the Iranian regime leaders and the leaders from United States. There were discussions happened, but on more than 2 or 3 important points, as confirmed by the Iranian FM spokesperson Baqer, who said that on 2 to 3 points there was a major disagreement. We agreed on most of the terms, on most of the conditions that were set, but 2 to 3 points is what we disagreed on. And that is the reason the talks concluded, but the talks failed in conclusion. So there's no positive result, no benefit of having a talk, especially when it comes to Pakistan and Islamabad. 20 to 21 hours of time window was there for fruitful discussions. We're also getting to know that US President was also constantly in touch, but the talks failed. All right, let's listen into what J.D. Vance said.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings of the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement. And I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could. And they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up, and did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There are reports that there were multiple rounds where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
All right, so this was the reaction from US Vice President J.D. Vance on the failed negotiations, on the failed talks. All right, we have an esteemed guest panel with us. Joining us is Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, defense expert. Thanks a lot, sir, for sparing your time and joining us for a conversation here. And also we have with us Colonel Rajiv Bagga, who's also a defense expert with us. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining us. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, first question to you. This was supposed to happen. This was bound to happen. The venue itself was it's a kind of venue that nobody should be choosing. Pakistan, a failed state, and hence a failed peace talks. No results have been achieved, and we are back to square one. Where do you think we are moving forward? Where do you think we are going ahead with these kind of failed talks between US and Iran, sir?
So, I would love to agree with the tone of a failed state and therefore a failed talk. I think the reason of location to be attributed to a failed talk may not be appropriate. I would love to actually enjoy that line of talk. But frankly, it was, I know a number of people have asked me, and I've said as much, that in the first round of talks is generally a setting of agenda, which happens back and forth, and thereafter everybody comes with a maximalist objectives on the table that they need to walk away with. They have achieved all. More so with Iranians, it was very important that in the first round of talk, whatever they given or accept cannot be taken back home because they will be lynched. You know, understand? Talks take years to formulate. The only urgency in this environment is there is a war raging and there's an operation going on. And therefore, to reach an agreement was important. And therefore, they have come to a place where the possibility of reaching out for both the parties was there. Just listen to the last line which Vance says. And he says, we are leaving the Iranian with a proposal which they will have to take a call on. That means the talks, this current round of talks have not come to a conclusion. There are two very, very important parts. They have agreed on multiple points.
Yeah.
And when you actually flesh out all the 10 points, you realize that none of the points were reconcilable, to be reconciled.
Yeah.
And if they have achieved some degree or a major degree of a progress, except for 2 to 3 sticking points,
yes,
of which one is the nuclear part. You know, the Iranians operate from an ideological standpoint, and they need to go back and sell it to their public or the regime which is there, which controlling, that we need to go ahead or not. You know, and I'm sure even the regime behind knows that we need to stall, get away, and stop fighting, and you know we can still go back and start the nuclear enrichment after 2 months, 6 months. The Americans are not going to come back again after 6 months to start bombing them out of the place. And who is going to hold the guarantee? But this whole facade has to be shown to the public and to the world that nobody is capitulating. We are walking off head held high. And for Iranians, it's very important to showcasing strength in the region and within the country. And therefore, I look for the entire discussion.
But most of the part was agreed upon, and but 2 to 3 points. So there was good faith involved. Donald Trump needs a ceasefire as of now. His approval ratings are declining as we speak. So it is very more important for Americans rather than Iranian. Definitely important for Iranian. They have been devastated by this ongoing war, but important for POTUS also. Colonel Rajiv Bagga, your reaction. What exactly do you think would be happening in the coming future? I'm getting to know Donald Trump is planning something big. And even in the beginning, from the beginning of the talks, even when the talks did not start, he was giving threats that I will blow up the entire Iranian regime. Our ships are locked and loaded. What kind of statements are these? If you want diplomacy to prevail or you're giving threats, nowadays you will see that the Iranian regime always has an upper hand in bargaining points or discussions or peace talks.
You know, firstly, I definitely give a kind of, I'm carrying the impression that what kind of a place they have selected first.
Definitely.
Failed state. Pakistan is a terrorist state in any case. The entire world knows about it. And USA in any case, because of these type of activities, going to Syria, going to Afghanistan, and going to Vietnam, they have got really isolated from the rest of the world. Now, both of them, they have become buddies. And certainly, it was total a failure on the hands of US when they entered this war. They carried out a miscalculation, fine, we will do it in 48 hours, which has backfired. They never carried out any kind of a geographical analysis before entering this particular zone. Okay. Let me talk about a little background about this, why they wanted a kind of these type of talks, and that too in a place like Pakistan.
Yeah.
The background is very simple. The entire Gulf countries, they in any case are certainly in hearts of heart not really liking the presence of a US in their own country, but they are actually bonded by certain terms and conditions. Whereas Iranian stand basically is that they want to protect their own sovereignty And they have got an upper hand as for if you carry out the geographical analysis of that area, that everybody is aware about it. Now, who doesn't have a nuclear bomb in present state? Let me ask, in Operation Sindhu, when there was some kind of a leakage in Pakistan, what US was doing there? You know, first they have to really look into their own domain before pointing the fingers. You know, like taking out the uranium out of this country is just a kind of excuse. Primarily, they are definitely going for the oil, and they want to really dominate this region, which Iran also doesn't want. Even rather, entire world doesn't want it, because everything was moving smoothly. And now coming back to the talks. The talks, why they have failed, basically, it was a one side, one track, and US in some form trying to create a face-off. You know, wanted to come back to the good books of the entire international forum. Look, we are putting up some efforts. We are trying to do it. Now the ball is in the court of Iran. Whereas they were very well aware about it, that they are not going to achieve anything.
But I believe the initial reports, Colonel Baqer, as you saw, and Lieutenant General Pandey, as you saw, that there was supposed to be no direct talks. Now, after that, there are reports that direct talks did happen. So there was no good faith involved to have a direct conversation. And again, I repeat, choosing the venue, Pakistan, definitely the generals or the PM is on a payroll of the American government. They need the money, the future loans in the coming future, because they are a failed state. That also adds up, because a truce, a ceasefire was required not just by Pakistan, not just by other countries, especially China. China was indirectly involved in this. I would request both of you to stay with us. We have another big breaking news development. I would need a reaction from both of you. We have a major update amidst US-Iran ceasefire negotiations failing. Donald Trump takes to Truth Social and claims that the Trump card the president holds if Iran won't bend. A naval blockade. So, see, ladies and gentlemen, there is another threat by Donald Trump. Another threat. This man wants diplomacy to prevail, and he is threatening of another naval blockade. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, your reaction on that. Is it not too early to give such a threat once again? There could have been a possibility of future talks, though there was just a one-day window. But these comments should be avoided. Don't you think so?
No, I don't think so. Where you see any kind of a negotiation or ceasefire talks which go through, there will be somebody will be talking sanity, somebody will be talking tough. This is how...
So there's a difference between sanity and tough and insanity. It feels like insanity in this case.
Yeah, I will, I will not like to take the clickbait which you're offering. But this is how you take any ceasefire or any peace talks when they happen. The guys who are coming on the table have to showcase two fronts. That one part is talking of sanity, and they say that yes, the world has to go ahead. There is a challenge in the world, but the second side will continue to bomb or do something silly, and will either say feign ignorance that something at the ground level has happened, will try and control. You look at for Indian from a standpoint of view, India, China, India, Pakistan. Even when the nuclear UN brokered peace talks were done or the ceasefire was done, virtually both sides continue. The most dangerous part for both sides is the time when talks are on, because everybody is trying to strengthen his position on their position. So let's not look at the, and again, these are all semantics, these are all dynamics, these are all boastfulness all about. These are posturing. What is truly happening will not come to you on Truth Social or on the media. Right? Because nobody's going to announce their plan on the public television or other media says that this is what we are truly going to do. The second part is, what about naval blockade? What exactly is happening? You think, does the world doesn't understand there's already a naval blockade? Are the Iranian ships actually moving? Which ships are moving from Hormuz? Which ships are moving out from this thing? You look at last 43 days from not only from Hormuz, you look at from Chabahar, you look at from all the other places, not one ship of mercantile ship has moved out. So only certain degree of shadow ships or the ships of Chinese flag or the other friendly to Iranian flags have moved out. So this naval blockade is for what? The naval blockade is, again, these are all
But Lieutenant General Pandey, even if we take it at face value that he's going to put a naval blockade, is it possible? He claims that the Iranian Navy has been wiped out. There is no Iranian Air Force. They don't have the drones. Their missiles the stockpile is over. But does IRGC really need a Navy to be striking the US assets in around its region? Strait of Hormuz is very much in the range of its drones, its suicide kamikaze drones or the kamikaze boats it possesses.
No, naval blockade is not meant for the kamikaze drones. Naval blockade is to ensure that nothing of Iranians move out from there. And you answered your question yourself. They don't have a navy. They don't have ships to move out. So it is just a bluster which he's talking of. And if we start going to analyze, because eventually if he says that we are going to start training missiles again, attack again and destroy, that should be concerning. He is only saying which is already done. Dusted. So, you're just saying, you have to capture kar liya hai and I'm going to be capturing the same thing again. So, there is already a blockade. There's no
that leaves us with the question, who is more mightier, who is more stronger? Now, everybody is hinting towards IRGC for a very prolonged war. And Colonel Baqer, I'll need your reaction on that. The war is getting too expensive. The interceptors which are being fired by US is way more beyond the numbers, the dollars which add up to the Iranian drones which have been fired. Who is actually losing? If you give a short analysis on what's happening, and if the war escalates further, who will be losing more?
I really love this question which you have asked. The point is, war is never ever fought with the machines and the sophisticated weapons. It is basically whenever the war is planned, a certain amount of military appreciation is carried out. I think the US people have forgotten that part. As I mentioned earlier, that the geographical pattern of Iran, if I like to tell you, toward the north and south, they got a mountainous terrain, and that is around 1800 kilometers. East and west, they have got 1680 kilometers. Then they have got a desert. Then they have got a coastline, a narrow sea passage. And why the ships or any kind of a US vessel has failed to enter, because the water all along the coastline is totally shallow, which prevent them to move inside. Even if they move, their movement or the speed will be so low that they are they are like a sitting duck, prone to the missile attacks or the RT or drone attack from the Iranian. Now your question is that who is more mightier? I personally feel that war is always fought with a great strategy, and I think Iranians, they have done their great homework at this time. And after losing even 12 aircrafts, the US has not learned the lesson. And they say that their air defense system has gone for 6. No, sir, it is not. They are still smashing. And if they try to enter inside that particular passage, there's attack boats which are very capable of coming out of their foxholes, attacking and going back. And the Tripoli, which has gone back after suffering some amount of, like a damage, is yet to be recovered, which were carrying almost 5,000 troops. And that's the reason, suddenly after smashing Khark, the Trump decided, okay, I want us to buy some time. And that is what was his strategy. Even if they capture Khark also, I think it will be
but Colonel Baqer, that also means that leaves us with another very important question: who is resupplying weapons to Iran? Are these the Russians? Are they the Chinese involved? Are they giving the air defense? Because they say we have the air defense systems, or whatever it is. One question to this, one reaction from you and other from Lieutenant General Pandey on this: who's actually replenishing, restocking, rearming Iran in this continued war? Because there has to be a plan and there has to be a support in this case.
In any case, Iran has already mentioned in the first or second week, rather, I remember, that China and Russians are their strategic partners. And the type of equipment, the air defense S-400, is definitely they have really brought it from outside.
Okay.
The missile technology, if you talk about, is in 2011, US guys, they tried to attack, or rather they sent attack with the help of a drone which landed in Iran. And that is a stolen kind of technology by Iranian, which they had reshaped. And US in bargain never realized that their own technology will be used by Iran. And that is what exactly is happening. It is that total loose loophole kind of a thing which they ignored at that time. So,
but even America made a copy of the Iranian Shahed drone, the Lucas drone to be precise in this case, because they understand, they also understand the economics of war. Lieutenant General Pandey, your reaction on who was restocking, replenishing and giving the supply of weapons to Iran, because if the war continues, there has to be replenishment. And do you think that America is also engaged in a scenario like Russia is involved with Ukraine and there is no turning back, there is no coming back, because there's silent support from many countries who are restocking, resupplying Ukraine in that case, and in this case, Iran, sir?
But situations are different, right? Look at the distances involved. You're fighting not from American continent. You're fighting about a couple of thousand kilometers away.
Yes.
Let's not disregard the fact. The second is when you say axis of resistance is not only by the Triple H, which are deployed in as a proxy of Iran, but you also got in the sort of a back-end support of axis of resistance in terms of Chinese and the Russians. And Putin has made it very clear that till the time Russia, China, and Iran exist, nobody is going to be a world policeman ever. He made the statement yesterday. The Chinese are the smartest, and they have learned the lessons of the Americans, that they don't have to get involved in case the proxies are fighting. Why should they not use? I think Trump yesterday has made this statement very clear while he was boarding an aircraft. He said, if the Chinese are going to supply the weapons, they are making a terrible, terrible mistake. I guess they are not making a mistake, and in real world geopolitics, we may smile about each other, but the fact is that Americans know the Chinese are supplying, and they should. Why should they not? Like a lot of people were doing operations in Doon, telling me that Chinese are supplying Pakistan. I used to say, yes, why should they not? They should. And this is where we need to become mature enough to be able to understand what is happening and yet continue with our relationship. So it's very, very clear that the technology and not
which explains that, sir. Which explains.
I can assure you that the Pakistanis will be supplying the Iranians. The Turkish will be supplying the Iranians.
But Pakistanis are everywhere. They were celebrating. They were celebrating the peace talks with placards and pamphlets and everywhere, and now they have failed miserably. Miserably. I'm sorry we're a bit short of time. Thanks a lot for joining, Lieutenant General Pandey and Colonel Baqer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll continue our coverage on the failed peace talks which happened in Islamabad. We'll get you all the latest details of that and a lot more.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बाद एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. The Iran war tapered off this week with a tenuous ceasefire holding in West Asia. Irrespective of how it was brought about, it was a sigh of relief. And despite the relief, the consequences are going to be long-term. We are in a downward spiral of economic tightening that might last longer than captured by macro numbers in the present. So we will have to wait for some time before the inflation index and the Gini coefficient turn into the unintended missiles and drones of this war. For this episode, I am focusing on the geopolitical chessboard and how it is stacked going forward. Also, this week marked two significant developments on India's science and technology development front. Scientists attained criticality in a decades-long fast breeder reactor program, and the quantum mission secured 1,000-kilometer-long hacking-safe communication network in a first for the world. Away from the headlines, some serious good happening, and I capture that for you. Let's get going. Media is often blamed for focusing on a negative, depression-inducing news cycle with short-term viewership impact in mind. So I thought, let's bring to you something which makes every Indian proud, and more importantly, every Indian more secure. Two scientific and technological developments added to India's energy and communication security this week. First was the milestone of achieving a 1,000-kilometer-long secure quantum communication network. This is a photon-based hack-proof system that's come up in private space with innovation support from bodies like the DRDO and the Department of Science and Technology of the government. The capability translates into ultra-secure communication system for defense, banking, finance, and critical national infrastructure, sectors where data integrity and protection are paramount. Quantum gives security way above electronic encryption, and with laser-based data transfer offsets the need for laying costly optic fiber network. This is the beginning, but a breakthrough moment for India on indigenous secure data transfer tech. Second was scientists at the Kalpakkam nuclear facility attaining an important milestone in our fast breeder reactor program on April 6. The prototype nuclear reactor achieved criticality, which means that the nuclear reaction inside the fuel chamber reached self-sustaining scale. From here on, the chain reaction would be on its own, and the reactor would start generating nuclear power in some time. With this, India became the third only country in the world after Russia and China to be able to have this class of functioning reactors. Many others in the developed world, including America, France, and Japan, tried but failed in their respective endeavors. The United States tried this in the 1950s and 1960s and gave up after spending billions on the program. France did succeed in making one in the late 1980s, but couldn't sustain what with tech issues escalating costs. Even the Chinese only managed a demonstration scale prototype. That's what makes India's achievement noteworthy. And note was taken. The International Energy Agency commended our scientists because they know that the FBR goes beyond immediate energy supplies. It graduates India's nuclear power program into phase 2, focused on these fast breeder reactors, which, as the name suggests, breed or multiply their own fuel. Scientists working on the project innovatively called it the Akshaya Patra moment for them. The development comes at a critical moment when the Iran war has compromised our energy security and created a Persian Gulf-sized hole in our forex reserves that would outlast the end of war. With oil scaling new peaks and gas supplies disrupted for months, if not years, the focus on nuclear power with the prototype fast breeder reactor gives hope that we would succeed in tiding over the crisis better than others. The arrival of 1 or 2 tankers carrying crude or LPG from the Gulf has hogged headlines for hours, underscoring the scale of the disruption. What this crisis has underscored is that energy independence is sovereignty. We can't depend on the Middle East, but more importantly, in the next cycle, whenever it happens, we cannot afford to depend on America or China either, our 2 competitors in a decade from now for our energy needs. That's where the Kalpakkam fast breeder reactor and associated developments in India's nuclear program gain significance. 6 decades after the program was started by the likes of Homi Bhabha and Vikram Sarabhai, we still produce only 8 gigawatts of nuclear power, a paltry 3% of total energy consumption of the country. The present government has set an ambitious target of scaling it up by more than 10 times to 100 gigawatts by 2047. Enablers were needed, and the FBR, along with the Shanti law passed in the winter session of Parliament, provide just that. The present generation of pressurized heavy water reactors use enriched uranium and produce plutonium-239 as a waste product. The FBR, on the other hand, uses this waste plutonium as fuel and keeps producing more and more of it. That's where the game begins. India has no uranium. We have to import. And that subjects us to global nuclear power politics. The fast breeder reactor brings us out of that pressure chamber in one stroke. And it does not end there. India has little or no uranium, but we have vast thorium reserves. The beauty of FBR is that it can use thorium, and the byproduct of thorium fuel is uranium. We are sorted for centuries insofar as nuclear fuel is concerned in that case. So here is the deal. 1, we scale up our power generation. 2, we free ourselves from global nuclear fuel blackmail. 3, we pivot to cleaner energy fuel, thus reducing our carbon footprint. This would help India achieve our net zero emissions target perhaps earlier than 2070. For a growing energy-hungry economy like ours, this is the boost we could have gotten earlier, but nevertheless. Imagine just one ecosystem, that of data centers for the AI industry. AI-focused servers can consume 10 to 15 times more energy than traditional industries. From below 2 gigawatts, now it is likely to scale to 10 gigawatts by 2030. This is a potential bottleneck for our power grids to handle. As father of India's nuclear program, Homi Jehangir Bhabha had famously said, "No power is as costly as no power," emphasizing the role of energy in overall security calculus from development to defense. The Iran war shock in industrial towns like Morbi and Surat in Gujarat or Tirupur in Tamil Nadu, where thousands of units shut and migrant laborers were forced to go back home, has underscored yet again the vision behind Bhabha's quotable quote. The fast breeder reactor is not just a technological achievement, but a decisive leap towards long-term energy security. It underscores that our scientific community can deliver, can secure our future on our own terms. It embodies Atmanirbharta in tech, energy, and consequent strategic autonomy. And that's where the Shanti Act I mentioned comes into play. The Sustainable Harnessing and Advancement of Nuclear Energy for Transforming India Act 2025 is a legislation that puts India's energy security in a national security shell. In 2024, India's per capita electricity generation stood at just 1,400 kilowatt-hour against China's at 7,000 plus, almost 5 times. In the United States, an individual has 12,700 kilowatt-hour electricity at their disposal. This is a clear developmental gap, and the Gulf crisis has shown it is a chasm with sovereignty consequences. In this evolving matrix, nuclear energy is no more a luxury, but a necessity. The advantages are too many to ignore. The sustainable supplies against intermittent nature of solar or wind power, for example. The massive land requirement for the two vis-a-vis a compact nuclear reactor. The climate argument seals the deal. Dirty or clean, coal can't match the emission standards of nuclear. To scale up to 100 gigawatts needs investment of over US $200 billion. That's where the Shanti Act comes in. It frees the atomic energy sector for the private enterprise, and in that sense marks a structural break from the past. It modernizes India's civil nuclear framework in a manner that private capital can go up and down the production cycle under strict regulatory oversight of the government. Add to this the innovation being worked upon to bring in small modular reactors or SMRs that can be deployed within 3 to 4 years, and we are looking at plugging a critical gap in India's march to progress. The disruption brought forward by Donald Trump's Iran war is going to make the rest of the world also to pivot back to nuclear energy. And with the enablers in place, India stands at the forefront to take the tide. Moving on.
And so we have been clear and consistent in our objectives throughout this conflict. First, we will protect our people in the region. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. And third, we will keep working towards a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region.
This is the strongest that UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer can project or protest when angry. He was making the British position clear before flying to the Middle East to try his hands at opening the Strait of Hormuz. Starmer has defined this as a generational crisis from Britain's security prism. The Guardian piece that he wrote makes a couple of points. One, Britain must bolster its energy and military security. And two, it should pivot to Europe. Brexit seems so distant. NATO chief Mark Rutte has regretted calling Trump daddy, but atavism of the past made him still want American cover while in Washington this week. Reports suggested the meeting with Trump did not go well. The alliance is under severe stress. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz wants it salvaged, but maybe not beyond a point. Europe stands exposed. It punched way above its weight for far too long. Ukraine proved the gaps in its strategic capabilities in its own backyard. The Iran war has shown the limits of its ambition outside its area of influence. Between Ukraine and Iran, Europe has realized its lack of power. The impotence of international law in this tumultuous free-for-all, unleashed by an anxious America personified by Trump, means Europe would need to go back to the drawing board on what values should drive them in future. Multiculturalism has become a fire at home. Multilateralism, an uncontrolled guerrilla abroad. Ceasefire, howsoever tenuous, is a sigh of relief. Does not matter that Pakistan played postman or just postman. For good or bad, this is not the first time Pakistan has both weaponized geography and leveraged the Muslim Brotherhood. It helped that Trump has a soft corner for General Munir, who knows how much the American president loves the jingles of Bitcoin. Let's face it, the ceasefire was sought by everyone. First and foremost by Donald Trump. A truce is victory when you have lost the war. At over 24 fighter aircrafts lost, this is the highest casualty of American war machines since the first Gulf War in 1991. Perception-wise, Iran has proven itself to be the Goliath that was underestimated by a wide margin. Make no mistake, America is still powerful. It can still wreak vengeance. It can still carry shock and awe military operations. Just that America's power carries less power. The vengeance is more meme-friendly. The shock and awe less shocking. The Iran war has unraveled the limits of American power. Donald Trump has marked a point of no return in America's great power decline. With his 41 days military incursion in the Middle East, Iran has proven a point. It stood its ground. It underscored the power of asymmetric warfare. It underpinned the value of resolve in fighting an enemy hundreds times mightier by sheer firepower. One Iranian diplomat made a graph of Trump's statements, and it looked like the ECG of a patient going through myocardial infarction. Power without purpose blunts the machine. Decision without direction gets you stuck. Result is credibility gap. America's credibility gap post the Iran war stands at galaxy size. Hear this.
Well, I have very good relationships with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. I mean, a lot of people would say, oh, that's terrible. No, it's good. In fact, someday I'll see him. I look forward to seeing him. He was very good with me. We had 2 meetings. We had 2 summits. We got along great. I know him better than you do. I know him better than anybody, almost, other than his sister. His sister knows him pretty well. Now, I know him well, and I got along with him.
This is Trump talking of Kim Jong-un as his friend. Imagine how would the South Koreans have reacted listening to this. Most likely Seoul has already decided to beef up its defense budget. With the carrier strike groups from Okinawa parked in the Middle East, Tokyo would be wondering if the American security umbrella is still there. If Japan is gaping, Taiwan is gasping. Taipei would be watching the developments with unease. The Middle East crisis reinforces a dangerous lesson. Red lines today are negotiable. Escalation can be ambitious, and responses are delayed by politics. For Taiwan, which relies on deterrence underwritten by America rather than depth, these ambiguities matter profoundly. That's why, societally, it has already made a hedge with its leader of opposition, Cheng Li-woon, head of the Kuomintang party, spending 10 days in China this week, including a handshake with Xi Jinping in Beijing's Forbidden City. Allies would still want American backing, but would not trust its durability or longevity. Long after Trump is gone, allies would be mistrusting, enemies more confident of poking a probe. America is no more a player that dictates the tempo. It more often responds to others' moves. With all the drones and missiles that dodged the THAAD and Patriot air defense systems, the Gulf nations have realized to their cost that the umbrella leaks. Gulf security for decades rested on a simple formula: energy flows in exchange of American protection. That bargain is no longer taken for granted. To be honest, Saudi and Qatar are not abandoning the United States, but they are diversifying. Riyadh's mutual defense pact with Islamabad was not a commentary on General Munir's capacity, but a hedge against a diminishing protector. Listen to this. Trump mocking Crown Prince Mohammad bin Salman.
A man that we just discussed, the king, the future king of Saudi Arabia. And I also love the king of Saudi Arabia. What a man he is. When I was there, we bonded. He would grab me to get up. He was a little frail at the time, and this was a long time ago, and he's still doing well. And he'd grab my arm to get up when I was sitting next to him. And they said that's the only time he's ever grabbed anybody. He would grab me all the time. And I said, I think he likes me. And he did like me, and he still likes me, and he's a great man, and say hello to him. He's a great guy with a great son.
This one statement would guarantee a long-term pivot in the House of Saud against America. Cold pragmatism with an overlay of personal peeve. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese was vocal in opposing the war and first to make a call to Beijing and stitch an energy security agreement. The next American president, whether Rubio or Vance from Republicans, or Newsom or Garcetti from Democrats, might soften the impact. But the institutional memory that Trump would leave behind on strategic communities the world over would be long-lasting. The adjustments made, the recalibrations done to the respective security doctrines would be permanent. The second Gulf War lasted just 20 days before US ground troops were comfortably inside Iraq. Now, after 41 days, America has managed one incursion forced by a pilot rescue, not invasion. So much has changed in terms of American power over the last 23 years. Not that it held back in 2003. Downfall of Saddam Hussein and the Ba'ath Party empowered the Shias in Iraq, gave Iran a land access to Syria and Lebanon, and thus to the doorsteps of Israel. The counter moves by the West led to the rise of the Islamic State, and the vicious cycle continues. Listen to this.
We sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, what a beautiful gun, I think I'll keep it. So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that.
This is Trump admitting that he was scammed by somebody, by the Kurds or a Kurdish militia that kept the guns supplied by the Trump administration to foment a civil war in Iran's north. But what it speaks of American power, that it can be taken lightly. If there is a clear beneficiary of the current disorder, it is China. Beijing has not rushed in with troops or ultimatums. It has just waited, silently. China proved its might with pictures instead. Pictures of destroyed American military hardware, the pinpointed locations for which were provided by Chinese electronic war machine, quietly over encrypted lines that Americans could not breach. A nudge to Pakistan here, a cajoling of Afghanistan there, a wink at Iran, a stare back at Israel, but not one word from Xi Jinping. Every American misstep, every European hesitation strengthens China's appeal as an alternative partner. For sure, Beijing does not promise security guarantees, but delivers autonomy on debt. America is expending its energy on takeover, but China is just accumulating influence. Amid the chaos of the Middle East are the contours of a transition. Iran has proved that the era of unchallenged American primacy is past us, though its replacement might not be ready yet. It is for sure in the making. Till that happens, we are in the midst of a free-for-all. Middle East is warning that old playbooks do not apply. That brings me to India, as I always ask. What's in it for us? First up, we have handled the crisis well on two fronts. One, the security of diaspora. And two, squeezing every possible barrel from the high seas and Hormuz alike. Three, we have taken care of our neighbors, supplying petrol, diesel, gas, even in these times, to Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Maldives, among others. It is a marker of our grip with realpolitik that Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to every head of state or government in the Middle East twice, including Iran, and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar 4 times each. Opposition says why we did not mediate like Pakistan. Short answer, we did not mediate just like China did not, or like China did. Quietly, behind the scenes. Also, let's not forget, in the halcyon days of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's diplomatic grandstanding, what with Korean mediation and the Colombo plan, we still got China breathing down our neck in Assam. We still had to live with the ignominy of PL 480 wheat. Those lessons should not be forgotten. Your diplomacy is only as strong as you are internally. no better foreign policy than a stable, secure and strong domestic policy. I think the lesson is well taken. Thanks for watching.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Do you think that you will come to power this time?
நிச்சயமா நாங்க ஆட்சிக்கு வருவோம்.
What is the figure that you're looking at this time?
234 இடங்களில் 210 இடங்களில் எங்களுடைய கூட்டணி வெல்லும். தனி பெரும்பான்மையோடு அதிமுக ஆட்சி அமைக்கும்.
You will not have to get the support of allies.
அதாவது மக்களுடைய மனநிலை தற்போது அதிமுக தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி ஒரு இயற்கையான கூட்டணியா மக்கள் எண்ணுகிறார். இந்த கூட்டணி வெற்றி பெற்று வருகின்ற பொழுது ஒரு சிறப்பான ஆட்சி கொடுக்க முடியும் என்று மக்களிடத்தில் மிகப்பெரிய நம்பிக்கை இருக்குது. மத்தியிலே பாரதிய ஜனதா ஆட்சி, மாநிலத்திலே அதிமுக ஆட்சி.
Pure शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। एमटीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Correcto. The taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। world's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, after 24 hours of diplomacy marathon talks in Islamabad, talks essentially failed between the United States and Iran. And now Iran says that no plans in sight for any further talks happening between the warring parties. We get to all the latest in this, but first, let's take a look at the headlines.
And we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms.
U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance's big statement amid peace talks in Islamabad. He says Iran has chosen to not accept our terms. J.D. Vance, amid his address, also mentioned how the United States delegations were constantly in communication with U.S. President Donald Trump, as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and Admiral Brad Cooper, head of U.S. Central Command.
Programs such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will.
Vice President J.D. Vance said negotiations between the United States and Iranians have ended without a deal after the Iranians refused to accept American terms to not develop a nuclear weapon. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, soon after his speech, was seen departing from Islamabad. Iranian media claims Iran has no plans whatsoever to engage in yet another round of negotiations with America amid Pakistan's attempt of forging U.S.-Iran talks fails. Iran's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghei urged for peace despite acknowledging US-Iran to have disagreed on key points amid negotiations and there being no ceasefire agreement. Ishaqdar also held a presser, says that mediation talks went on for 24 hours. That we are covering this morning is U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance amid ceasefire negotiations in Islamabad makes a big announcement this morning, saying that Pakistan-mediated peace talks with Iran and United States have failed, have collapsed. Let's listen into what J.D. Vance said.
And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could. and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up, and did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
And viewers, to discuss this further, I'm being joined by Major General Rajan Kochar and former Ambassador Deepak Vora live with us. Ambassador Vora, I would like to come to you first and talk about this statement and a big announcement by J.D. Vance this morning. Would like to understand from you what is going to happen with the deadline of the ceasefire, which is now looming. It was for 2 weeks. It is now inching closer. What is going to happen to that ceasefire deadline now?
Well, thank you very much. Privileged to be with you on your channel. And I see General Kochar is there. He's brilliant. He understands that situation very well from a military point of view. What I would like to put across, I heard what J.D. Vance said. I'm not aware if the Iranian delegation held any press conference, because he was at a presser and he was talking to them. And very graciously, he thanked his host. He said, you guys were very good. You gave us good food. You made a great effort. Unfortunately, it didn't succeed. But when he was leaving, he said, we have left behind something that we would like, and we hope the Iranians accept it, which means effectively he hasn't closed the door to negotiation. He might have shut the door, but he's kept the window open. On the other hand, the Iranians have posted when they have gone back that, look, the Americans are recalcitrant, they don't want to listen to us, they are hitting our vital interests, and we are not going to accept, and there will be no further negotiation. So I see a fundamental mismatch here. The Americans have won this diplomatic round, even though there is no result. They can tell the world, look, you have been pressuring us that we should talk to the Iranians and try and get the Straits of Hormuz open, because that is hurting a lot of countries. We did our best. We went to Islamabad, we spoke to them, but the Iranians have been in transition. They have not been willing to compromise. So we did our best, guys. This is their message to the world, and we're extremely sorry. It's those stupid Iranians who did not respond to us. Now, Iran has lost the battle, man, the diplomatic battle, because if Hormuz does not reopen for normal traffic, although Iran says we only control it, we haven't closed it, there's going to be trouble. They're talking about $2 million per ship that passes through, based on $1 per barrel. In a day, if there are 100 ships, that's 100 million. In a month, that's 6 billion. Iran is obviously in deep financial distress, and they're trying everything they can to get money. My own feeling is that the ceasefire that you talked about, which is going to expire in a few days, it depends now entirely on the Americans whether they wish to start clobbering Iran. Iran has no role to play in this. And finally, the Iranians have been a bit dumb in outsourcing their foreign policy to Hezbollah, saying that if you don't stop beating up Hezbollah, we're not going to talk to you, which raises the question, are they your uncles, your sons-in-law, your aunties? Who is Hezbollah? Why are you so worried about them? There will be talks between Lebanon and the United States within a few days, and Israel, I beg your pardon, in Washington. It's not going to lead anywhere, except that the Lebanese government, which does not own the country, which does not control the country, Hezbollah does, they're going to ask the Americans and the Israelis, please help us beat up Hezbollah. We want our country back. So Iran says, unless Hezbollah is involved, we won't talk. Israel says, I'm not going to talk to Hezbollah at all. America is saying the same thing. So I do not see any movement forward unless these fundamentally irreconcilable positions are resolved.
Absolutely, Ambassador Vora. And Major General Kocher, would like to come to you now and talk about the latest statements that are emerging from Iran, where Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqer says that there was an atmosphere of mistrust when these negotiations were going on. So there is a fundamental, basic mistrust atmosphere that's going on between the warring parties. How can they come together and talk about these issues? We have Pakistan playing a mediator role, but not even a single picture emerging of US and Iranian delegation sitting face to face and talking these things out. And now all eyes will be on the Lebanon and Israeli talks if they come to place.
Good morning and my respects to Ambassador Vora. See, the point here is when you have a strong mistrust with each other, the first and foremost principles of negotiation is to try your best to reduce that mistrust. Because unless you do that, how are you going to come to a meeting point? And that is extremely important here. We have seen rhetorics, and especially from Trump's side also, from the Iranian side also, both sides were making very provocative statements when these meetings were to start. So I think first and foremost, if both the parties are interested on a positive solution to the problem, then I think this rhetoric must stop, because you may call it the narrative war, or you may call it the psychological war, or the war of the minds and all. But it doesn't work when negotiations are on, and especially critical issues, sensitive issues concerning the sovereignty of a country. And US also would not like a nuclear power to emerge in this area. So one has to be a bit realistic and come to a meeting point. A second important aspect is that you see, all these issues, in principle, when they were brought out by Iran, there was a statement from Trump saying that it's workable, we can discuss, and we can come to a settlement. That was a positive intent at that point of time. Subsequently, yesterday, there was much talk of Lebanon into this entire game, because one of the two preconditions of Iran was that there should be a ceasefire in Lebanon. It was out in the media. The second condition was that release of or unfreezing of $6 billion of accounts in the banks, and also that was not an issue at all. I believe Reuters had come out with a statement saying that I think US has absolutely no objection in doing that. A US stand was that before we agree on concessions, before we agree on removal of sanctions, we must give a kind of an assurance that the core demands, and the core demands basically were not many, three were the core demands. If I can list out the three center of gravity of the discussion. First was the nuclear issue, second was the Strait of Hormuz, and the third was a ceasefire in Lebanon. These three demands were the core issues and possibly the red line on both the sides. So it was extremely important now for this team, negotiating team. You see, unfortunately, what I've been observing is, and I'm not giving a biased opinion, what I'm observing is that whenever the United States gets into a discussion, it does not want to do a discussion as equals. It wants to show that it is the superpower and it is incumbent on the other part to accept its demands. So it doesn't go that way. Negotiation with China also, I'll give you an example. China and India negotiating on the border issues and all. There cannot be any question of China trying to dictate terms to India in terms to settle those issues. And that is why the things don't remain the way it is.
Absolutely. Major General Kocher, we are also getting a major update in this. We have a big breaking news amid these ceasefire negotiations that have now collapsed. Donald Trump, in fact, has written on Truth social media, claiming that the Trump card the president holds if Iran won't bend is a naval blockade. So essentially, he posted the link of a website and quoted the headline, which talks about a naval blockade as being the trump card after these negotiations failed. Ambassador Vora, would like to come to you now over this. This is a big warning and a big threat by Donald Trump. Remember, 40% of the oil is being imported from this transit point by India and China. And now Donald Trump threatening that this entire Strait of Hormuz will be blockaded.
Yeah, now, thank you very much. I think General put it across very well. The major stumbling block to my mind, America can live with Hormuz being closed. He doesn't care about Hormuz. He doesn't get too much of his stuff from there, and he couldn't care less about China and India. But this is nice fun that they have a trump card. Trump saying we have a trump card. And Trump, he himself is the trump card. He's the joker in the pack. The real issue here to me is Hezbollah, is Lebanon. Because if Iran decides to tell Hezbollah, go fly a kite, I won't protect you anymore, then Hamas and Houthis would all start saying, look, you were supposed to be our godfather. Why have you now abdicated your position, abdicated your godfathership against? So I think Iran is hoist with his own petard. They're in deep trouble now. Financially, you know, they're talking about $2 million per oil tanker that passes through, which America is going to not agree to, which Iran cannot do legally. That basically means if it's 100 ships going through, that's $200 million per day. It's $6 billion per month, shows that Iran is in desperate need of money. Then they're talking about defreezing their assets and so on. But America, I think from what I understand, naval blockade he's talking about is not to block the Straits of Hormuz, but since he has his aircraft carriers running around all over the place in the Arabian Sea, he basically wants to prevent shipments destined from Iran to China. That is my understanding. Otherwise, his big, powerful aircraft carriers wouldn't be running around in that area. Other ships, yes, they will go through. But the blockade is to prevent any Iranian oil from being sold to its major buyer, which is China.
Ambassador Vora, taking your point across to Major General Kocher. Major General, if this is true, if Donald Trump is only trying to block ships transiting from Iran and destined to China, don't you think China will now be emboldened to act in this situation? We have earlier seen reports how China might be giving weapons to Iran in this war.
A very, very interesting perspective, because now I see that the American strategy from saying that we will obliterate Iran and we will demolish everything and we will target their power centers and their oil and all, and the Stone Age and all that, it was all that rhetoric, and then it came a rhetoric that Stone Age to the Golden Age, where Iran can actually get into a Golden Age. So I think these are signs of desperation. A nation as powerful as the United States, it doesn't have to blockade, because your strategy has failed in Iran because of your military power has been not successful to decimate Iran. Now to talk about this blockade, you are in international waters. There are certain UN Convention of Laws of Seas also, UNCLOS, and there are so many aspects because international waters, it is not only the ships which are bound for Iran or from Iran, it is the international traffic. So I don't see that the US can have a mandate of that kind, and it will be certainly be objected by Russia, China, as you rightly said. China is going to intervene, 100% it is going to intervene, because in case you are going to impinge on the Chinese interests, on the Chinese interests in this region, and how can you do a blockade? He tried with Venezuela, he did the same thing with Venezuela, and he is doing the same thing with Cuba. You may be able to do it for small countries like this because they are part of your Western Hemisphere, and you can exercise your control over that, and no superpower can stop you from that, but definitely not in the Arabian Sea international waters. And I think this is going to be objected by, I think, most of the countries, and including the NATO countries are going to come very strongly on it, because they're also affected by this entire game. And last point is, Gulf countries also get choked. You see, you can't restrict this thing to Iran. Then Iran will say that I'm going to target all the Gulf ships, and I'm not going to allow any ship to move out from Strait of Hormuz. So it is going to be a retaliatory kind of an impact, because right from the onset of this war, if you would have seen, whatever United States and Israel does, there is a similar kind of a reaction coming from Iran, and we can expect a similar kind of reaction from Iran also.
Absolutely, Major General Kocher. We also have another big update coming in this, where Iranian media has claimed that Iran presented reasonable initiatives and proposals during the talks taking place in Islamabad. And the ball is now in America's court to approach the issues realistically. This is as Iran denies plans of any further engagement with the United States on ceasefire. Now, Iranian media reports that just as the US government failed in its war calculations, it has so far also miscalculated in the negotiations taking place. Iran is in no rush, and unless the US agrees to a reasonable deal, there will be no change in the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. For now, no time or place has been set for a possible next round of talks. This is a big statement coming in. Ambassador Vora, would like to come back to you. As Major General Kocher was pointing out that Venezuela and Cuba is different, but here we are talking about ships transiting to China. So it is a different ball game altogether. And Donald Trump's Islamabad talks, it seems like it was just a hoax, because Donald Trump was trying to save his face ahead of the crucial elections that's looming in the month of November. What do you think about this blockade and Iran, in fact, talking about no further talks can take place, and Iran is in no rush, in fact?
The expression in English is confusion worse confounded. The Jihadistani foreign minister has said that talks will take place within the next 10 days. He's a lunatic. On the other side, you have the Iranians saying no talks will take place. J.D. Vance saying, look, we've left behind our best proposal. Where does that leave you? It's somebody saying, you know, it's a dialogue of the deaf. Bere log aapas mein baat kar rahe, no one is listening to the other. As far as China's, the target being China is concerned, it's clear to me that the Gulf states will not object to their ships going through, as long as Iran doesn't blow them up. The Americans will not interfere with that, or with my ships, or the ships destined for Japan. What they're going to do is check if this is Iranian oil going to China. Well, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil at the moment. Nobody else buys it, except Russia, which, I beg your pardon, except one or two other countries. Russia, of course, China doesn't get Russian oil via the Strait of Hormuz. It goes through the pipelines. So therefore, my own feeling is that it's going to be only the ships, the container ships that are targeting, that are carrying Iranian clandestine oil, as we call it, shadow fleets or whatever, heading to China, that America is going to try to stop. That is the game that the Americans are playing, and they will be eminently successful. Our Navy is also running around in that area, and we are saying that they are there to escort our ships and make sure that there is no trouble, the pirates don't get active, etc. So my feeling, Veda, is that Iran now is no more the target. The target has been and is now clearly China, which has denied that it is selling any weapons to Iran, etc. They are scared. They are put on a brave face, etc. My feeling is that nobody cares about international, certainly not Donald Trump. And let's not overplay this thing about his elections are coming, his popularity rating is down. You think he cares? He's interested in, he's a businessman who has become president. He wants to know how much money he can make. He wants to make America great again. That's it.
Right. Ambassador Vohra, thank you so much. And Major General Kocher, thank you so much for getting your perspective on this. Now, viewers, time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up, US Vice President J.D. Vance, soon after his speech, was seen departing from Islamabad. Iranian media claims Iran has no plans whatsoever to engage in yet another round of negotiations with America amid Pakistan's attempt of forging US-Iran talks fails. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar talked about in a presser of the mediation talks. He says that the talks went on for 24 hours and called for peace.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी भी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है।
Is TVK more dangerous to DMK or more dangerous to the AIDM?
TVK வந்து புதிதாக தொடங்கப்பட்ட கட்சி. இந்த தேர்தல் அவர்களுக்கு எவ்வளவு வாக்கு சதவீதம் கிடைக்கும் என்று இன்னும் யாராலையும் கணிக்க முடியாது. அவர் ஒரு நடிகராக இருக்கின்றார். அந்த நடிகரை பார்ப்பதற்கு கூடுகின்ற கூட்டம் ஓட்டாக மாறும் என்று எதிர்பார்க்க முடியாது. ஒரு முறையாவது தேர்தல் நின்று அந்த தேர்தல் மூலமாக அவருக்கு எவ்வளவு வாக்கு சதவீதம் கிடைக்கும் என்று பார்த்த பிறகுதான் அதற்கு பதில் சொல்ல முடியும்.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms.
US Vice President J.D. Vance's big statement amid peace talks at Islamabad. This is as he says, Iran has chosen to not accept our terms. J.D. Vance, amidst his address, also mentioned how the US delegations were constantly in communication with the US President Donald Trump, as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and Admiral Brad Cooper, head of the United States Central Command, CENTCOM.
Nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will.
Vice President J.D. Vance said negotiations between the US and the Iranians have ended without a deal after the Iranians refused to accept American terms to not develop a nuclear weapon. Yes, Vice President J.D. Vance, soon after his speech, was seen departing from Islamabad. Iranian media claims Iran has no plans to engage in yet another round of negotiations with America amidst Pakistan's attempt of forging US-Iran talks fails. Iran's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqer urged for peace despite acknowledging US-Iran to have disagreed on key points amid negotiations and there being no ceasefire agreement. Let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development that we're getting right now. US Vice President J.D. Vance, amid ceasefire negotiations at Islamabad, has made the big announcement, and he has said that Pakistan-mediated peace talks with Iran and US have failed. So this is official confirmation by J.D. Vance. Now, this was expected that these talks, these fragile truce talks, were bound to fail, and they have failed because they were negotiating in Pakistan, a failed state, and Islamabad talks fail. No US-Iran peace agreement has been achieved. Now let's listen into what J.D. Vance said.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement. And I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could. And they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we've negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up? And did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
All right, so this was a statement by J.D. Vance on the failed peace talks in Islamabad. Now we have another big breaking news development. Let's focus on that. We are getting another big breaking news. This comes from the Iranian media. Now, Iranian media claims that Iran presented reasonable initiatives and proposals during the talks. And now the ball is now in America's court to approach the issues realistically. Now, this is as Iran denies plans of any further engagement with the United States on ceasefire. So there are not going to be any further round of talks. Now, Iranian media reports said that just as the US government failed in its war calculations, it has so far also miscalculated in negotiations. Iran is in no rush, and unless the US agrees to a reasonable deal, there will be no change in the situation of the Strait of Hormuz. For now, no time or place has been set for a possible next round of talk. So this was yesterday also this was confirmed, and the statement came as per reports, Iranian media reports, that it is there's only 1 day window, 1 day timeline window that they have. That's all that they have to agree or disagree. There's only 1 day to talk, and the talks have failed miserably in Islamabad, in Pakistan. Now, Pakistan thought that it's championing the cause of peace in the entire region, but it failed miserably, and the talks have failed. But no plans for more negotiations with the US. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, despite the Islamabad talks failing to achieve an end to the war, President Donald Trump maintains that the United States is in a position to win, regardless of whether a deal is reached, highlighting America's strategic advantage. Now, listen into what he had to say.
Getting a lot of reports. They've been meeting for many hours, as you probably have noticed. We'll see what happens. Look, regardless, we win. Regardless what happens, we win. We totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. Doesn't matter. From the standpoint of America, we win. One other thing that's happening is that boats are sailing up and heading out to our country. Big, beautiful tankers, and we're loading them up with oil and gas and everything else. And it's a pretty beautiful thing to see.
US President Donald Trump on Saturday expressed strong confidence in America's position. Despite the high-level US-Iran peace talks in Islamabad failing to come to a conclusion on the war, Washington has said...
We have another big breaking news development coming in. Big breaking news coming in on your screens. Another development, another big development on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, Israeli Defense Forces claim before launch towards the state of Israel, IDF strikes rocket launcher in southern Lebanon overnight. Now, the IDF has identified a rocket launcher positioned and ready to launch towards the state of Israel in the area of Juaya in southern Lebanon. Now, shortly after the identification, the launcher was struck and dismantled in a rapid closure cycle, now thwarting the launch before it could be carried out. Now, this is the latest The war continues, ladies and gentlemen, at least with Hezbollah in this case, at least between Israel and in Lebanon, exactly not Lebanon, but the Hezbollah terrorist organization, which is placed in Lebanon, and the war continues between Israel, between IDF and between Hezbollah. Now, Israeli Defense Forces have claimed that before there was a possible launch towards the state of Israel, IDF strikes rocket launchers in southern Lebanon. All right, I have Hina joining me from the newsroom for more details on the story. The war doesn't seem to stop here. The talks have failed and Israel continues to bombard Hezbollah infrastructure deep inside Lebanon, in Beirut and other parts. What more do you have? What more information?
Shivam, this is the first time that we're reporting the strikes taking place right after the ceasefire collapsed in Islamabad between United States and Iran. Now, in the latest, IDF has struck a rocket launcher belonging to Hezbollah in the Zoar area in Lebanon. Now, remember, IDF, Israel Defense Forces, have posted the video of the destruction of the rocket launcher, Hezbollah rocket launcher. And in fact, IDF has also said that this rocket launcher was all locked and loaded and was about to fire towards the Israeli territory, targeting civilians, and right before it, IDF identified the location of this rocket launcher and destroyed this Hezbollah rocket launcher. IDF also sharing the video of it. Remember, comes right after the ceasefire collapsed and the casualties in Lebanon continues to ramp up. We have earlier seen how southern Lebanon is increasingly coming under attack. Earlier also, at least 18 people were killed in a strike in Sidon area in southern Lebanon. So the strikes are continuing in Lebanon, but this morning, this is the first time after the ceasefire, the fresh strikes are taking place by IDF, also sharing the video showing the destruction of the rocket launchers. Now, essentially, IDF has been claiming, Shivam, that it is targeting only the Hezbollah hideouts, Hezbollah military sites and targets. But remember, we are seeing ground reports emerging from Lebanon, talking about casualties, civilian casualties and injuries taking place. And Lebanon Health Ministry has also said that over 2,000 people have been killed in this war, which we are seeing that Hezbollah and Israel coming face to face here as this third front opens, and in fact continues to open after the ceasefire also collapsed. So we can essentially say that Lebanon is now the hotspot and all the eyes are on Lebanon as casualties are rising, and the global community is urging for a ceasefire that includes Lebanon. Remember, Iran has been demanding that Lebanon ceasefire must be included if talks are to proceed further, and these are the latest strikes that we are seeing taking place. IDF destroying the Hezbollah rocket launcher and also sharing the video of it on the social media, claiming that it was all locked and loaded, it was all set to launch towards the Israeli territory, killing the civilians also, but it was destroyed right before that.
Yes.
Shivam.
Yes, yes. Stay with us. We have another breaking news development and we'll seek more details from you on that breaking news development. Coming in, another big breaking news. IDF provides an update amid ongoing strikes. The charges prepared in the laboratory, as per IDF, intended to target IDF forces operating in Judea and Samaria, are for use in carrying out attacks against civilians of the state of Israel. This is a very big claim by IDF. Now, the laboratory operated prior to the IDF launching continuous activity in the camps in northern Samaria. IDF forces activity in the area has been ongoing for more than a year, now, during which the forces locate ammunition, combat means and explosive charges that were used by the terrorist organizations in that area and posed a threat to civilians of the state of Israel and IDF forces, but primarily the civilians of Israel, that is the Jews. Now, the IDF will not allow any harm to civilians of the state of Israel and the security forces. Now, this is a very big development. Israel undercovers arms laboratory in Jerusalem, whose primary use. All right, Hina is with us from the newsroom. Hina, it's a very big development, uncovering something that was against the citizens and they have destroyed it. There are ground operations, and it was about the laboratory operated prior to the IDF launching continuous activity in the camps. What more details?
Shivam, essentially, we are seeing IDF posting the video of the destruction, in fact, sharing images from the manufacturing facility. Now, remember, this is located as Tulkarem in Lebanon, and IDF has said that this is an explosives manufacturing lab located in Tulkarem, and in fact, listed out multiple equipment that have been spotted by the IDF in this particular area. Now, what all equipment are we talking about? We're talking about IEDs, including 200 pipe bombs. So, IDF identifying, in fact, sharing the pictures of those IEDs as well. Second in the list is fire extinguishers intended to be used as explosive charges attached to vehicles. So this is big. I mean, fire extinguishers spotted by IDF, which was essentially used to attach the charges to vehicles to blow them up. So this is a huge finding by IDF, if it indeed is true, Shivam. And also in the list includes large gas cylinders with the potential to be used as under-vehicle explosive devices. So IDF is essentially claiming that under the facade of manufacturing facility located in Lebanon, Hezbollah was essentially operating something really threatening, where it was in fact carrying explosive devices and gas extinguishers as explosive devices in the garb of explosive devices. And in the list also is 50 plus kilograms of improvised explosive material. Sharing the image of all of this, IDF has in fact said that it has struck that facility, and also earlier, as we saw, that multiple strikes taking place in southern Lebanon as well,
definitely.
destroying the rocket launchers.
Definitely, Hina, thanks a lot. And this is IDF. IDF also always posts the images, the videos of its operation to prove that they are on the right side and their harm is not intended to civilians. But this clearly explains the way you have explained it, that they're using the evil plan of using fire extinguishers as bombs to kill civilians, the innocent Jews who are the primary target of Hezbollah. Thanks a lot, Hina, for the latest updates in this development. Keep tracking all the latest updates coming from the West Asian conflict. Now, viewers, let's move on to another top story. Now, the United States and Iran have begun high-stakes talks in Islamabad, which failed in Pakistan. The negotiations were aimed at easing tensions following weeks of conflict. The Iranian team was led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Baqer Qalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas, who met Pakistan's leadership before engaging with US officials. Now, the American delegation, who has also left Islamabad by now, it was headed by Vice President J.D. Vance, emphasized the need for a durable truce linked to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Watch this report.
The United States and Iran are meeting in Pakistan to find a way to stop their recent military conflict and fix the global energy crisis caused by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Many wonder why India is not involved in such an important meeting. The answer lies in New Delhi's own calculated strategic design. The most immediate factor is the host nation itself. Pakistan is facilitating these talks out of a desperate need to project international relevance and secure geopolitical leverage with both Washington and Iran. Inviting India, a significantly larger and more influential economic and military power, would instantly shift the diplomatic center of gravity away from Islamabad. Pakistan is acutely aware that Indian participation would completely overshadow its own efforts, so it actively engineered a closed-door scenario to maintain a strict monopoly on the peacemaking narrative. Behind Pakistan's hosting duties lies the heavy influence of Beijing, which views India as its primary strategic competitor in the global south. The talks in Islamabad are heavily supported and back-channeled by Beijing. Allowing India to emerge as a peacemaker or a key stakeholder in a major Middle Eastern crisis directly contradicts China's broader goal of regional dominance. Consequently, the Beijing-Islamabad axis logically coordinated to exclude New Delhi, aiming to prevent India from expanding its diplomatic and economic footprint across the Islamic world. However, India's absence is equally a product of its own uncompromising foreign policy. In highly volatile negotiations, conflicting parties often seek mediators they can leverage or manipulate. India's strategic autonomy makes it far too independent for this dynamic. New Delhi maintains robust, equal-footed relationships with the United States, Israel, and Iran simultaneously. Because India cannot be pressured by Washington to abandon its historic ties with Tehran, nor pressured by Iran to condemn its deepening strategic partnership with Israel, it is not the compliant middleman either side currently desires. India's formidable stature makes it an independent variable that neither the United States nor Iran can easily control. Furthermore, India operates on a strict, long-standing policy of minimizing bilateral engagement with Pakistan due to Islamabad's history of state-sponsored terrorism. Joining a multilateral summit hosted on Pakistani soil would grant Islamabad unwarranted diplomatic legitimacy on the world stage. From New Delhi's perspective, absence is not a missed opportunity, it is a calculated boycott. India logically refuses to participate in a diplomatic theater that elevates a hostile neighbor while compromising its own strategic posture. Instead of sitting at a crowded table in Islamabad, India is aggressively projecting its power and securing its national interests on its own terms. New Delhi has completely bypassed the Pakistani theater, utilizing its privileged back channels to speak directly with top leadership in Washington, Tehran, Moscow, and Riyadh. By dealing directly with the primary actors, India ensures its economic and security parameters are respected without having to negotiate through intermediaries. Simultaneously, India is relying on hard power to protect its immediate interests. To counter the Strait of Hormuz crisis, the Indian Navy has rapidly deployed guided missile destroyers to the Arabian Sea. Rather than waiting for a treaty in Islamabad, India is independently safeguarding its merchant vessels and acting as a net security provider in the Indian Ocean. Domestically, New Delhi is actively mitigating the economic fallout by leveraging its strategic partnerships with Russia for alternative energy supplies, tapping into its massive strategic petroleum reserves, and utilizing alternative supply corridors to ensure stability. Ultimately, India's absence from Islamabad is not a sign of weakness, but a powerful demonstration of a nation confident enough to secure its destiny on its own terms.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, US Vice President J.D. Vance has confirmed that high-stakes negotiations between the United States and Iran have ended without a deal after Tehran reportedly refused American demands to halt its pursuit of nuclear capabilities. Now, Vance said President Donald Trump was closely involved throughout the negotiations, but uncertainty now looms over the future of the fragile ceasefire and the next course of action. Watch this report.
High-stakes diplomacy hits a roadblock. Talks between the United States and Iran and Islamabad collapse, with the future of the ceasefire now in a limbo. US President J.D. Vance confirms this after 24-hour-long negotiations concluded without an agreement. US claims that Iran refused to accept a key American demand, that Iran does not develop nuclear weapons.
We need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations.
United States presented what he called its final and best offer.
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Throughout the talks, President Trump was closely involved, with Vance revealing he spoke to the president multiple times during the negotiations.
See, we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it.
Major uncertainty looms, particularly over what happens next. With no clear indication on whether the current ceasefire will hold once the 2-week window expires.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport. You know, that is the kind of...
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है, वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी भी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है। ये आतंकवादी लोग हम लोग को टारगेट कर रहा है, मैती लोग को। इसलिए सरकार से विनती है, जल्द से ये
Mr. Palaniswamy, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
It is very nice to meet you, and you have not been giving many interviews, so you have decided to give an interview after a long time. So thank you very much for talking to Republic.
ஏதோ உங்களை சந்திச்சு பேசுறோம். மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி.
Thank you. Mr. Palaniswamy, do you think that you will come to power this time? Do you think?
நிச்சயமா நாங்க ஆட்சிக்கு வருவோம்.
What is the figure that you are looking at this time?
234 இடங்களில் 210 இடங்களில் எங்களுடைய கூட்டணி வெல்லும். தனி பெரும்பான்மையோடு அதிமுக ஆட்சி அமைக்கும்.
On its own? You're saying that ADMK will
100% sure.
You will not have to get the support of allies?
அதாவது மக்களுடைய மனநிலை தற்போது அதிமுக தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி ஒரு இயற்கையான கூட்டணியாக மக்கள் எண்ணுகிறார்கள். இந்த கூட்டணி வெற்றி பெற்று வருகின்ற பொழுது ஒரு சிறப்பான ஆட்சி கொடுக்க முடியும் என்று மக்களிடத்தில் மிகப்பெரிய நம்பிக்கை இருக்குது. மத்தியிலே பாரதிய ஜனதா ஆட்சி, மாநிலத்திலே அதிமுக ஆட்சி. அதனால் கொடுக்கப்பட்ட வாக்குறுதிகள், தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு தேவையான திட்டங்கள், நிதிகள் கிடைக்கும் என்று மக்கள் முழு நம்பிக்கையோடு இருக்கின்றாங்க. அதனால் எங்களுக்கு முழுமையான ஆதரவு தர இருக்காங்க.
But you are saying you could form the government on your own without the BJP also?
எங்களை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அந்த நம்பிக்கை இருக்குது.
If you were confident that AIDMK can come to power on its own, why did you have an alliance with the BJP in the state election?
அதாவது கூட்டணி என்பது அவ்வப்போது நடக்கின்ற தேர்தலை பொறுத்து தான். திமுக தலைமையில் ஒரு கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. அதே போல் அதிமுக தலைமையில் நாங்கள் ஒரு கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். எங்கள் கூட்டணியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஒரு ஊழல் நிறைந்த அரசாங்கமாக இன்றைக்கு இருக்குது. மக்கள் ஒரு ஆட்சி இன்றைக்கு தமிழகத்தில் நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்குது. அதனால் ஒத்த கருத்துடைய கட்சிகள்லாம் ஒன்றாக இணைந்து இந்த தேர்தலில் திமுகவை அகற்ற வேண்டும், திமுக ஆட்சி அகற்ற வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். ஒரு நல்ல ஆட்சி தமிழகத்தில் மக்களுக்கு கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் எங்களுடைய கூட்டணி அமையப்பட்டு.
But the popular feeling is that in the 2024 general elections, both BJP did badly and AIDMK did badly. Then you realized that you needed each other to win. So was this a result of the poor performance in the 24 Lok Sabha election?
24 election, central election. It's not state election. இது மத்தியில் யார் ஆட்சிக்கு வர வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு தேர்தல் தான் நடைபெற்றது. அந்த தேர்தலில் அதிமுக பாரதிய ஜனதா கூட்டணி அமைக்கலை. 2 பேரும் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருந்தா குறைஞ்சபட்சம் 20 இடங்களை நாங்கள் வென்றிருப்போம். அந்த சூழ்நிலையில் நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைக்கல. ஆனால் அதே 2019ஆம் ஆண்டு இதே நிலை தான் இருந்தது. 2021 சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் 75 இடங்கள் அதிமுக வெற்றி பெற்றது சட்டமன்றத்தில். அதே போல் 2024 நாடாளுமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் அதிமுக கூட்டணி வாங்கின ஓட்டு பாரதிய ஜனதா தலைமையில் அமைக்கப்பட்ட கூட்டணி வாங்க இரண்டையும் ஒன்றாக இணைத்தால் 99 இடங்களில் சட்டமன்றத்தில் நாங்கள் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறோம்.
So you are saying that BJP should have done an alliance with you in 2024?
கூட்டணி என்பது அந்த சூழ்நிலைக்கு தக்கவாறு அமைந்துதான் கூட்டணி.
So what was the situation then? Was it because of Annamalai? Is it because of Annamalai that the BJP AIDMK relationship had collapsed?
அண்ணாமலை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் எங்களோடு சுமூகமாக இயற்கையாக இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். அவர் பாரதிய ஜனதா பார்ட்டி இருக்கார். ஆகவே அந்த கட்சி வளருவதற்கு பாடுபட்டவர். அதோட தற்போது அதிமுக தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி அமைக்கப்பட்ட பிறகு அவர் இந்த கூட்டணி வெற்றி பெறுவதற்கு கடினமான உழைப்பை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்.
How is your relationship with Annamalai now?
சார், அவர் பாரதிய ஜனதா பார்ட்டி, இது அதிமுக பார்ட்டி, அலைன்ஸு. அந்த அலைன்ஸ் ஏற்பட்டவுடன் அந்த கூட்டணி தர்மத்தின் அடிப்படையில் அவர் அண்ணாமலை அவர்கள் தன்னால் முடிந்ததை இந்த கூட்டணி வெற்றி பெறுவதற்கு முழுமையாக ஒத்துழைப்பு கொடுக்கிறார், முழுமையாக உழைப்பை கொடுத்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்.
There are several issues on which you have differences with BJP. They have a national perspective on several issues and you have a state specific perspective. May I ask you, on issues like NEET, on issues like 3-language policy, how will you resolve your differences with the BJP, or will you adjust for alliance politics?
அதாவது கூட்டணி என்பது வேற, கொள்கை என்பது வேற. கூட்டணி என்பது தேர்தல் நேரத்தில் ஒத்த கருத்துடைய கட்சிகள்லாம் ஒன்றாக இணைந்து வெற்றி பெற வேண்டிய அடிப்படையில் அமைக்கிறோம். கொள்கை என்பது நிலையானது. இன்றைக்கு பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சி என்பது தேசிய அளவில் இருக்கின்ற கட்சி, அதிமுக மாநில அளவில் இருக்கின்ற கட்சி. எங்களை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நீட்டுக்கு விதிவிலக்கு பெற வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் நாங்கள் போராடி வந்தோம். ஆனால் இந்த நீட்டை கொண்டு வந்தது காங்கிரஸ் திமுக ஆட்சியில் மத்தியில் ஆட்சி இருக்கிற காலத்தில் தான் இந்த நீட் அறிமுகப்படுத்தப்பட்டது. 2010 டிசம்பர் 21 அன்று தான் நோட்டிஃபிகேஷன் வெளியிடப்பட்டது. அப்பொழுது காங்கிரஸ் ஆட்சி மத்தியிலே திமுக கட்சியை சேர்ந்த நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர் திரு காந்தி செல்வன் அவர்கள் மத்திய சுகாதாரத்துறை இணையமைச்சராக இருந்தார். ஆக இந்த நீட்டை அறிமுகப்படுத்தியது காங்கிரஸ் திமுக, அதை தடுத்து நிறுத்துவதற்கு போராடியது அதிமுக. இருந்தாலும் இறுதி வரை நாங்கள் போராடினோம். உச்சநீதிமன்றம் தீர்ப்பு வழங்கப்பட்ட பிறகு அந்த தீர்ப்பின் அடிப்படையில் தான் ஒரு மாநில அரசு செயல்பட வேண்டிய ஒரு சூழ்நிலைக்கு தள்ளப்பட்டோம். அதனால் அந்த நாங்கள் நீட்டுக்கு விதிவிலக்கு பெறுவதற்கு இன்னும் தொடர்ந்து நாங்கள் வலியுறுத்திட்டு தான் இருக்கிறோம்.
So how will you adjust this? Is this not an important issue? Who will compromise? AIDMK will compromise, Palaniswamy will compromise, or BJP will compromise? Somebody has to compromise eventually on these issues, especially like the 3-language policy, NEET.
Sir, அது ஒரு தேசிய கட்சி, இது ஒரு மாநில கட்சி. தேசிய கட்சிகள் ஒரு நேரத்தில் ஒரு சில முடிவுகள் எடுக்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் எங்களுடைய கொள்கைப்படி பொன்மனச்செம்மல் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் காலத்திலும் சரி, இதே புரட்சித் தலைவர் அம்மா அவர்களுடைய காலத்திலும் சரி, இருமொழி கொள்கையை தான் நாங்கள் தொடர்ந்து கடைபிடித்து வருகிறோம். அதுதான் எங்களுடைய நிலைப்பாடு, 2 language. அதைத்தான் இன்றைக்கும் வலியுறுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். எங்களுடைய ஆட்சி வந்தாலும் அதில் அந்த நிலைப்பாட்டிலே நாங்கள் தொடர்வோம்.
It won't be a point of conflict.
அது தவறான கருத்து. நான் ஏற்கனவே சொன்னேன், அது ஒரு தேசிய கட்சி, தேசிய அளவில் ஒரு முடிவு எடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஒரு மாநிலத்தில் வருகின்ற பொழுது அந்த மாநிலத்து மக்களுடைய விருப்பப்படி தான் அந்த மாநில அரசு செயல்பட முடியும்.
I came many times to Chennai, sometimes to meet Ms. Jayalalitha and then to interview Ms. Jayalalitha. I interviewed her in Chennai at her office, and at the time when DMK had threatened to pull out of central government, she gave me an interview in which she offered support if required to the central government. So I have had the great honor and privilege of knowing and interviewing Ms. Jayalalitha. Ms. Jayalalitha had won by opposing BJP directly. Now you are with the BJP. My direct question to you is, sir, would Ms. Jayalalitha have approved of this alliance with the BJP?
ஏற்கனவே 1998ஆம் ஆண்டு நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலில் முதல் பாரதிய ஜனதாவோட கூட்டணி வச்சது அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் அம்மா இருக்கின்ற பொழுது. அதற்கு பிறகு அவ்வப்போது ஏற்படுகின்ற கருத்து வேறுபாடு கிடப்பில் தான் அந்த கூட்டணி அமையவில்லையே ஒழிய, கூட்டணி என்பது சூழ்நிலைக்கு தக்கவாறு அமைப்புதான் கூட்டணி. எந்த கட்சியும் நிரந்தரமாக ஒரு கூட்டணியில் இருந்து விடுவதில்லை. சூழ்நிலைக்கு தக்கவாறு தான் கூட்டணி. அந்த சூழ்நிலைக்கு தக்கவாறு நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். இன்றைக்கு பாரதிய ஜனதாவை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் தமிழகத்தில் இருக்கிற ஊழல் ஆட்சி அகற்றப்பட வேண்டும், மக்களோட ஆட்சி அகற்றப்பட வேண்டும். அந்த ஒத்த கருத்துடைய கட்சியின் அடிப்படையில் தான் நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். அதோடு திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகமும் பாரதிய ஜனதா கூட்டணியோட கூட்டணி வைத்திருக்கிறது. 1999ஆம் ஆண்டு நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலில் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் பாரதிய ஜனதா கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்குது. பாரதிய ஜனதா மத்தியிலே ஆட்சி செய்கின்ற பொழுது திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தை சேர்ந்த நாடாளுமன்ற அமைச்சராக இருந்திருக்கிறாங்க. 2001ஆம் ஆண்டு சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சி திமுகவோட கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்குது. ஆக எல்லா கட்சிகளும் அவ்வப்போது தேர்தல் சூழ்நிலைக்கு தக்கவாறு தான் கூட்டணி அமைக்கிறாங்க. அந்த அடிப்படையில் நாங்களும் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம்.
That's a very interesting view. Tell me, sir, what are the main issues that you are going into this election with? Give me a priority order, number 1, number 2, number 3. What are the 3 issues when you speak to the people? What is the most important issue for the people on which they will vote this time?
இன்னைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் சட்ட ஒழுங்கு அடியோடு சீர்குலைந்து விட்டது. இரண்டாவது, தமிழகத்தில் போதைப் பொருள் நடமாட்டம் அதிகரித்து விட்டது. இன்றைக்கு இளைஞர்கள், மாணவர்கள், பொதுமக்கள் கஞ்சா போதைக்கு அடிமையாகி விட்டார்கள். இதையெல்லாம் அகற்றுவது தான் எங்களுடைய முதல் பணி. இன்றைக்கு போதைப்பொருள் நிறைந்த மாநிலமாக இந்த ஆட்சியிலே பார்க்கப்படுகிறது. இதனால் மக்கள் நிம்மதியாக வாழ முடியவில்லை. இளைஞர்கள் மாணவர்கள் இந்த போதைக்கு அடிமையாகி சீரழியக்கூடிய நிலை தமிழகத்தில் உருவாக்கியிருக்கிறது. போதைப்பொருள் நிறைந்த மாநிலமாக இன்றைக்கு தமிழகம் உருவாக்கப்பட்டுவிட்டது. இதனால் இந்த போதை ஆசாமியால் தான் சட்ட ஒழுங்கு சீர்கெடுவதற்கு மூல காரணம். இந்த போதை ஆசாமியால் கொலை, கொள்ளை, திருட்டு, வழிப்பறிவு, பாலியல் சீண்டல் இன்றைக்கு அதிகரிப்பதற்கு காரணமே இந்த ஆட்சியில் அலங்கோலம்தான். இதையெல்லாம் தடுத்து நிறுத்துகின்ற அரசாக அதிமுக அரசு இருக்கும். அது மட்டுமல்ல, அதிமுக ஆட்சி அமைந்தவுடனே 3 மாதத்தில் தமிழகத்தில் போதைப்பொருள் நடமாட்டம் அறவாக ஒழிக்கப்படும், கஞ்சாவை அறவாக ஒழிக்கப்படும்.
How can you blame the DMK for the situation on the drug issue? I have also heard about it, that the drug problem is extreme, that the young people are being affected by addiction issues. But Mr. Palaniswamy, is there any direct link? Is there any direct link that you have to link the DMK with the drugs issue?
நிறைய இருக்குது, நிறைய உதாரணங்கள் இருக்குது, எக்ஸாம்பிள் நிறைய இருக்குது. ஏன்னா அந்த போதைப்பொருள் விற்பனையில் ஈடுபட்டுகின்றவர்களுக்கு துணை நிற்பது திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக கட்சியினுடைய நிர்வாகிகள் தான் என்பது பரவலான செய்தி. ஒட்டுமொத்த மக்களே இன்றைக்கு இந்த போதைப்பொருள் விற்பனையை தடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று விரும்புகின்றார்கள். இந்த போதைப்பொருள் விற்பனை செய்கின்றவர்களை காவல்துறைக்கு தகவல் கொடுத்தால் அவர்களை மிரட்டி கொலை செய்கின்ற நிலை கூட ஏற்பட்டு விட்டது. அந்த அளவுக்கு தமிழகத்தில் போதைப்பொருள் நடமாட்டம் அதிகரித்து விட்டது. இதையெல்லாம் தடுத்து நிறுத்த வேண்டும் என்று மக்கள் விரும்புகிறார்கள். அதற்கு அதிமுக ஆட்சி இருந்தால்தான் அதை நிறைவேற்ற முடியும் என்று எண்ணம் மக்களிடத்தில் இருக்கின்றது.
But is the Chief Minister aware of the links? You are saying that the DMK people are linked to those who are selling drugs, who are in the drugs business. This is a very big charge by you. If you were to come to power, would you investigate the links of the DMK top leadership as you are alleging on the drugs issue?
அதாவது இது 2 ஆண்டுக்கு முன்பு காவல்துறை மானிய கோரிக்கை நடைபெற்றது. அந்த மானிய கோரிக்கை நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற பொழுது எங்களிடத்தில் மானிய கோரி புத்தகம் வழங்கப்படும். அந்த மானிய கோரி புத்தகத்தில் எனக்கு ஞாபகம் சரியாக இருக்கும்னு சொன்னால் 2022 நான் கருதுகிறேன். 20வது பக்கம் 2வது பேராவில் பள்ளிக்கு அருகில் கல்லூரிக்கு அருகில் சுமார் 2348 பேர் கஞ்சா வைத்திருந்ததாக கண்டுபிடிக்கப்பட்டதாகவும் 148 பேர் கைது செய்யப்பட்டதாகவும் சொல்கிறாங்க. ஆனால் கஞ்சா வைத்திருந்தா குற்றம், விற்றா குற்றம், கொண்டு போனால் குற்றம். அப்படி இருக்கின்ற பொழுது மற்றவர்களை ஏன் கைது செய்யப்படவில்லை? அதுதான் பெரும் சந்தேகம் ஏற்படுது. இதை பற்றி முதலமைச்சரிடத்திலே நான் பதில் எதிர்பார்த்தேன். ஆனால் முதலமைச்சருக்கு தக்க பதில் கொடுக்கவில்லை. ஆக மற்றவர்கள் எல்லாம் இப்படி இந்த கஞ்சா விற்பனைக்கு துணை நிற்பார்கள் என்றுதான் பொருள்.
I'll make it more direct. Will you investigate Mr. Stalin? Will you investigate the ministers of his government? Because what happens is, in my years of experience as a journalist, I have seen that politicians promise these things during the campaign, but when they come to power, they forgive the top level leaders. My direct question to you is that will you investigate whether it is for the drugs issue or for corruption issue or for the law and order issue? Will you investigate Mr. Stalin? Will you investigate Udaynidhi Stalin, or will you only investigate at a lower level?
அதிமுக ஆட்சி அமைந்த பிறகு பல துறைகள் ஊழல் நடைபெற்றுக்கின்றன. அந்த துறையில் எந்தெந்த துறையில் ஊழப்பட்டுக்கின்றதோ அதில் சம்பந்தப்பட்டவர்கள் அனைவரும் விசாரிக்கப்படுவார்கள். அது மட்டுமல்ல, அண்மையில் அமலாக்கத்துறை ஆதாரத்தோடு சட்ட ஒழுங்கு டிஜிபிக்கு அறிக்கை அனுப்பப்பட்டுள்ளது. அந்த அறிக்கையில் குறிப்பிட்டவர்கள் மீது வழக்கு பதிவு செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று குறிப்பிட்டிருக்கிறது. 3 முறை அமலாக்கத்துறை சட்ட ஒழுங்கு டிஜிபிக்கு அறிக்கை அனுப்பப்பட்டும் அதன் மீது எந்த நடவடிக்கையும் எடுக்காத காரணத்தினால் அதிமுக சார்பாக நீதிமன்றத்துக்கு சென்று நீதிமன்றமும் அமலாக்கத்துறை ஆதாரத்தோடு சமர்ப்பிக்கப்பட்ட அறிக்கையின் அடிப்படையில் வழக்கு பதிவு செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று வலியுறுத்தி இருக்கிறது. இன்னும் அதுக்குண்டான நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கவில்லை. அதிமுக ஆட்சிக்கு வந்தவுடன் எந்தெந்த துறையில் ஊழல் நடைபெற்றது என்று விசாரணை மேற்கொண்டு விசாரணையில் ஊழல் நடைபெற்றது நிரூபிக்கப்பட்டால் சட்ட நீதியாக யாரால் சம்பந்தப்பட்டார்களோ அவர் மீதெல்லாம் நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும்.
Because in Tamil Nadu, politics changes every 5 years. There is every time 5 years the government changes.
ஈஸியாக கண்டினியூ மேடம் இருக்கு. அம்மா இருக்கின்ற பொழுது தொடர்ந்து 10 ஆண்டு காலம் ஆட்சி செஞ்சோம். ஆண்ட கட்சியை அதிமுக 2011 அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி அம்மா ஒரு தலைமையிலே அமையப்பட்டது. 2016 எகைன் மாண்பு அம்மா அவருடைய தலைமையிலே மீண்டும் ஆட்சி ஏற்பட்டது.
But Ms. Jayalalitha also arrested Karunanidhi. She did not adjust at a lower level. My question to you is, sir, and this is again I'm asking you, I have followed these cases, the Tasnim controversy which you are talking about, alcoholism, drugs. All these issues are there, but the fact is that the DMK is not even allowing FIRs to be filed. The DMK is not allowing FIRs to be filed. You know what has happened, they have not had a DGP. The recruitment scam, ED had to ask for the FIR to be filed. Just some time back you met someone, Mr. Armstrong, the murder of Mr. Armstrong. People are saying there is a political link to this too. So what the people of Tamil Nadu and the people of the country want to know is, will you investigate Mr. Stalin himself and the top leadership for all these cases that you are going to the campaign for?
அதாவது ஒவ்வொரு துறையும் ஒரு அமைச்சர் மேற்பார்வையிலே இயங்கிக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறது. அந்த துறையில் தவறு நடைபெற்றால் அந்த துறையைச் சேர்ந்த அமைச்சர்கள் தான் அதிலே சம்பந்தப்படுவார்கள், அதிகாரிகள் சம்பந்தப்படுவார்கள். அதுதான் தொடர்ந்து இருந்து கொண்டு இருக்கின்றது. நீங்கள் சொல்வதைப் போல முதலமைச்சரை சம்மந்தப்படுத்தி நீங்கள் குறிப்பிட்டிருக்கின்றீர்கள். முதலமைச்சரை சம்மந்தப்பட்டு குறிப்பிடுகின்ற பொழுது ஆதாரம் இருந்தால் யாராக இருந்தாலும் அவர் மீது நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும். எனக்கு பல துறைகள் இருக்கின்றன. ஒவ்வொரு துறையிலும் ஏதாவது தவறு நிகழ்ந்தால் அதை முறையாக விசாரிக்கப்பட்டு அந்த விசாரணையின் அடிப்படையில் தவறுகள் கண்டுபிடிக்கப்பட்டால் அவர்கள் மீது நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும். இன்றைக்கு அமலாக்கத்துறை ஆதாரத்தோடு அவர்கள் கண்டுபிடிக்கப்பட்டதை சட்ட ஒழுங்கு டிஜிபியிடம் அதை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்க வேண்டும் அனுப்பப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. நடவடிக்கை தாமதமானது காரணத்தால் நான் ஏற்கனவே குறிப்பிட்டதை போல நாங்கள் அதிமுக சார்பாக நீதிமன்றம் போனோம். நீதிமன்றத்தில் நீதிபதி அமலாக்கத்துறையில் ஆதாரத்தோடு அனுப்பப்பட்ட அந்த அறிக்கை சரி என்று தீர்ப்பு கொடுத்து அதன் மீது நடவடிக்கை எடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று குறிப்பிட்டிருக்கிறது. இன்னும் நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கல. அதிமுக ஆட்சி வந்தவுடன் இந்த துறையில் யாரெல்லாம் தவறில் ஈடுபட்டார்களோ அவர்கள் மீதெல்லாம் உரிய நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும்.
How would you answer to the question of the DMK? DMK says we have a Dravidian model, and the DMK is pitching the Dravidian model 2.0 in its manifesto. Dravidian model, including a focus on language policy and regional identity. And they are talking about need, cultural identity and things like that. And Udayanidhi Stalin in Kanchipuram, birthplace of Annadurai, said that you are BJP slave and your mentors are Modi and Amit Shah. Both MGR and Jayalalitha, whose pictures are here, are proudly Dravidian, followed proudly Dravidian politics. Does that put you at a disadvantage in politics in Tamil Nadu?
இன்றைக்கு தமிழகத்தில் கடந்த 5 ஆண்டு திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி நடைபெற்றது. 2011 2021 அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி. அதில் ஏதாவது பிரச்சனை இருந்தால் அதை நாம் தெரிவிக்கலாம். எங்களுடைய 10 ஆண்டு கால அதிமுக ஆட்சியில் ஏதாவது திட்டத்தில் பிரச்சனையோ இல்லது அந்த திட்டத்தை நடைமுறைப்படுத்துகின்ற பொழுது ஏதாவது பிரச்சனை ஏற்படும் அதை சொன்னால் தகுந்த பதில் கிடைக்கும். ஆனால் அதிமுக ஆட்சியில் எந்த குறையும் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியவில்லை. கடந்த 5 ஆண்டு திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியில் எல்லா துறையிலும் ஊழல், கலெக்ஷன், கமிஷன், கரப்ஷன், இதுதான் திமுக ஆட்சி நடைபெற்றது. அதோட பாலியல் வன்கொடுமை அதிகரித்து விட்டது, சட்ட ஒழுங்கு சீர்கெட்டு விட்டது. எதை நாங்கள் குறிப்பிட்டால் நீங்கள் சொல்வதைப் போல இதற்கு பதிலளிக்காமல் வேறு வேறு செய்திகளை சொல்லி மழுப்பி மக்களை ஏமாற்றுகிறார்கள். இன்றைக்கு இந்த மொழிக் கொள்கை எப்பொழுது வந்தது? காங்கிரஸ் ஆட்சி, மத்தியிலே காங்கிரஸ் ஆட்சி இருக்கின்ற பொழுதே இந்த மொழி பிரச்சனை வந்தது. அவரோட தானே காங்கிரஸ் திமுக கூட்டணி வைத்திருக்கின்றது. இன்றைக்கு நேற்றைக்கு வந்ததல்ல. மத்தியிலே காங்கிரஸ் ஆட்சி இருக்கின்ற பொழுது தமிழகத்திலே திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி இருந்த காலம் உண்டு. அந்த காலகட்டத்திலேயே இந்த மொழி பிரச்சனை ஏற்பட்டது. அப்படி மொழி பிரச்சனை உருவாக்குவதற்கு மூல காரணமே காங்கிரஸ் கட்சி. அப்படிப்பட்ட கட்சியோட தான் திமுக கூட்டணி வைத்திருக்கின்றது.
The DMK says that the BJP government in Delhi is anti-Tamil Nadu. And they say we don't get money from the government in Delhi. They also say that in the proposed change in the number of seats from Tamil Nadu, the BJP will give less seats to Tamil Nadu, more seats to other states, and Tamil Nadu's interests will suffer. I wanted a clear view from you on that. Do you believe that Tamil Nadu has been discriminated by New Delhi?
அது மாதிரி ஒரு தவறான செய்தியை தேர்தல் நேரத்தில் பரப்பி அரசியல் ஆதாயம் தேட முயற்சிக்கிறாங்க திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம். ஏற்கனவே உள்துறை அமைச்சர் தெளிவுபடுத்தி விட்டார். நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலில் தொகுதி வரைமுறை செய்கின்ற பொழுது தமிழ்நாடு எந்த ஒரு இம்மியளவும் பாதிக்காது, முறையாகத்தான் அந்த தொகுதி வரைமுறை செயல்படும். ஆனால் அது இப்போ தேவையில்லையே. நடக்கிறது சட்டமன்ற தேர்தல், நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தல் அல்ல. ஆக அவர்களுக்கு மக்களுடைய திமுகவுக்கு மக்களுடைய செல்வாக்கு இழந்து விட்டார்கள். அந்த செல்வாக்கு இழந்ததை ஏதேதோ பேசி, அவதூறாக பேசி, மத்திய அரசு குற்றம் சுமத்தி அவர்கள் மக்களை குழப்பி வாக்குகளை பெறுவதற்காக இப்படிப்பட்ட செய்தியை சொல்கிறாங்க. இன்னொன்று, இப்பொழுது மத்தியிலே பாரதிய ஜனதா ஆட்சி இருக்கின்ற காரணத்திலே தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு தேவையான திட்டங்கள் நிதி கிடைக்கவில்லை என்று சொல்கிறார்கள். இதே திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் 15 ஆண்டு காலம் மத்தியிலே ஆட்சி அதிகாரத்திலே தொடர்ந்து பல்வேறு பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் பிரதமரோடு ஆட்சி புரிந்தாங்க, அந்த அமைச்சர்கள் இடம்பெற்றிருந்தாங்க. அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் என்ன புதிய திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்தார்கள்? தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு எவ்வளவு நிதியை கொண்டு வந்தார்கள்? உதாரணத்துக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டை சேர்ந்த சிதம்பரம் அவர்களே இந்திய நாட்டுடைய நிதியமைச்சராக இருந்தார். அப்பொழுது கூட தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு தேவையான நிதிகளை பெற முடியல, திட்டங்களை பெற முடியவில்லை. ஆனால் இப்பொழுது அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி இருந்த பொழுது 2016 2021 வரை அண்ணா திமுக ஆட்சி இருந்தது. அம்மா மறைவுக்கு பிறகு அம்மா இருக்கின்ற பொழுதும் நிறைய திட்டங்கள் மத்திய அரசிலிருந்து நாங்கள் பெறப்பட்டோம். அம்மா மறைவுக்கு பிறகும் அண்ணா திமுக ஆட்சியில் நிறைய திட்டங்களை நாங்கள் பெற்றோம். உதாரணத்துக்கு ஒரே திட்டம், இந்தியாவிலேயே ஒரே திட்டத்திற்கு 63,000 கோடி மெட்ரோ ரயில் திட்டத்துக்கு கட்டம் 2க்கு நிதி ஒதுக்கப்பட்டாங்க. அதோட பல சாலைகள், தேசிய நெடுஞ்சாலைகள் நிறைய எடுத்து விரிவுபடுத்தப்பட்டது, துறைமுகமாக விரிவுபடுத்தப்பட்டது, பல ரயில்வே பாதைகள் நீடிக்கப்பட்டது. அதோட புதிய ரயில்கள் தமிழகத்தில் இயக்கப்பட்டன. பல புதிய விமான நிலையங்கள், தூத்துக்குடி, திருச்சி 2 விமான நிலையங்கள் விரிவாக்கம் செய்யப்பட்டு துவங்கப்பட்டது. மேலும் பல விமான நிலையங்கள் விரிவாக்கம் செய்ய இருக்கின்றன. கோயம்புத்தூர் விமான நிலையம் சர்வதேச விமான நிலையம் உயர்வதற்கு தரம் உயர்த்துகின்ற நிலையமாக அதிமுக ஆட்சி இருக்கின்ற பொழுது அதற்கு தேவையான நில எடுப்பு பணியெல்லாம் முடித்து கொடுத்தோம். ஆனால் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியில் கிடப்பிலே போட்டு விட்டார்கள். ஆனால் மத்திய அரசாங்கத்திலிருந்து கிடைக்க வேண்டிய திட்டங்கள் முழுமையாக கிடைத்தது. வேண்டுமென்றே திட்டமிட்டு திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அரசு மத்திய அரசு மீது ஒரு அவதூறான தவறான செய்தியை பரப்பி அரசியல் ஆதாயம் தேட முயற்சிக்கின்றார்கள்.
Do you have the funds to support the freebies that you are promising? You have made a lot of promises about social welfare schemes if you were to come to power. Would you have the money for it? I mean, the economics of Tamil Nadu's budget, Tamil Nadu's debt would not allow you to fund these schemes. Where are you going to get the money from? Are you just expecting that because you're in alliance with BJP, they will give you all the money that you need? Can they afford to do that? Because that's going to be questioned also.
தமிழகத்தில் ஒவ்வொரு கட்சியும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக தலைமையில் அமைக்கப்பட்ட கூட்டணி சில வாக்குறுதிகளை கொடுக்கப்பட்டுகின்றன. அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி.
That is not done. You're giving 2,000 rupees a month for women, 2-wheeler subsidies of 25,000. Very strong on welfare. I just want to know how you will support this, how you will fund this.
அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியில் ஏற்கனவே இருக்கின்ற பொழுது கொடுக்கப்பட்ட வாக்குறுதியை நாங்கள் நிறைவேற்றி கொடுத்துருக்கிறோம். மக்கள் எங்கள் மீது நம்பிக்கை உண்டு. ஆனால் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் 2021 சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் கொடுக்கப்பட்ட வாக்குறுதி 525. அதில் 4/1 வாக்குறுதிகளை இதுவரைக்கும் நிறைவேற்றப்படவில்லை. ஆனால் அதிமுக 2026 சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலிலே நாங்கள் பல வாக்குறுதிகளை மக்களுக்கு அளித்திருக்கின்றோம். அதன்படி நீங்கள் குறிப்பிட்டவாறு இந்த திட்டங்கள்லாம் எப்படி நிறைவேற்றப்படும் என்ற ஒரு கேள்வியை இங்கே முன் வைத்திருக்கின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு விளக்கம் 2020-21 அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அரசு இருந்தபோது வந்த வருவாயை விட 2024-25 திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியில் வந்த வருவாய் 1,36,000 கோடி உயர்ந்து இருக்கின்றது. 2020-21 2019-20 அந்த காலகட்டம் கொரோனா காலகட்டம். அரசாங்கத்திற்கு ₹1 கூட வருவாய் இல்லாமல் நேரம். அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் கூட சிறப்பான ஆட்சி கொடுத்த அரசு அதிமுக அரசு. நிர்வாக திறமை மிக்க அரசாங்கம் என்பதற்கு அதுவே சான்று. எந்த துறையிலிருந்தும் எங்களுக்கு வருமானம் கிடையாது. டாஸ்மாக் வருமானம் கிடையாது, ஜிஎஸ்டி வருமானம் கிடையாது, பெட்ரோல் டீசல் அதிலிருந்து வருவாய் கிடையாது, ரோட் டேக்ஸ் கிடையாது, பத்திரப்பதிவு கிடையாது, கலால் வரி கிடையாது. ஆக ஒட்டுமொத்தமாக அந்த ஓராண்டு கொரோனா காலத்தில் ஓராண்டு 19-20ஆம் ஆண்டு ₹1 வருமானம் இல்லாமலேயே ஒரு சிறப்பான ஆட்சி கொடுத்தோம். அதோட கொரோனா காலத்திற்கு 40,000 கோடி செலவு செஞ்சோம். ஆக அப்படி ஒரு திறமையான அரசாங்கம் என்பதை ஏற்கனவே நிரூபித்து காட்டுகின்றோம். வருவாயை அதிகரித்து நாங்கள் அறிவிக்கப்பட்ட திட்டங்களை முழுமையாக நிறைவேற்றுவோம்.
You talk about corruption a lot and you are accusing Stalin of corruption. But are you completely clean? Is the AIDMK completely clean? Have all the cases against you and your ministers been settled? You are saying that if you are elected, Tasmac shops will be reduced. Can you say that? They will be reduced because you will say that DMK is running a Tasmac loot. That is a state-run liquor empire, corruption in stand mining, cash for jobs. Your critics say that Tasmac was existing and expanded during the 2017 to 2021 government also. And they say that during your tenure, the Salem-Chennai Greenfield Highway land acquisition was controversial. There were allegations of sand mining corruption involving people close to you. My question to you, Mr. Palanieswamy, wouldn't your critics say that you are also facing many allegations against your own regime in the past?
அதிமுக ஆட்சி கண்ட பொழுது ஒரு சிறப்பான ஆட்சி நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு கொடுத்தோம். ஆனால் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் அரசியல் காழ்ப்புணர்ச்சியின் காரணமாக சில அமைச்சர்கள் மீது வழக்கு போட்டாங்க. ஆனால் அந்த வழக்கு எதுவுமே இதுவரை நடைமுறைக்கு வரல. ஏன்? உதாரணத்துக்கு என் மீது கூட நெடுஞ்சாலைத்துறையிலே வழக்கு போட்டாங்க. வழக்கு போட்டவர்களே நான் வழக்கை திரும்ப பெறுவேன் என்று நீதிமன்றத்தில் குறிப்பிட்டாங்க. ஆனால் நான் வழக்கை நடத்துவேன் என்று சொல்லி வழக்கை நடத்தி நிரபராதி என்று உங்கள் முன் பேட்டி கொடுத்துட்ருக்கிறேன். ஆனால் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தில் அவர்கள் மீது பதியப்பட்ட வழக்குகள் நீதிமன்றத்துக்கு சென்று வாய்தா வாங்கி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அண்மையில் கூட இன்றைக்கு அமலாக்கத்துறை, நகர்ப்புற வளர்ச்சித்துறை, குடிநீர் வழங்கத்துறை இதில் முறைகேடு நடைபெற்றதாக ஆதாரத்தோட அரசுக்கு அறிக்கை தாக்கல் செய்து கூட இன்னும் வழக்கு பதிவு செய்யவில்லை. இதுதான் நிலை. அதிமுக அப்படிப்பட்ட நிலை இல்லை. வேண்டுமென்றே திட்டமிட்டு ஒரு பொய்யான வழக்கு அரசியல் காழ்ப்புணர்ச்சியோடு பதியப்பட்ட வழக்கு தானே ஒழிய உண்மையிலே எங்களுடைய அமைச்சர்கள் மீது பதியப்பட்ட வழக்கு உண்மை வழக்கு அல்ல. அதை எங்களுடைய அமைச்சர்கள் நீதிமன்றத்தில் நிரபராதி என்று நிரூபிப்பார்கள்.
What is your view on TVK? TVK is contesting all 234 seats. He's saying that the BJP is my ideological enemy, DMK is my political enemy. Is TVK more dangerous to DMK or more dangerous to the AIDMK?
TVK வந்து புதிதாக தொடங்கப்பட்ட கட்சி, முதலாக தேர்தலை சந்திக்கின்ற கட்சி. இந்த தேர்தல் அவர்களுக்கு எவ்வளவு வாக்கு சதவீதம் கிடைக்கும் என்று இன்னும் யாராலையும் கணிக்க முடியாது. அவர் ஒரு நடிகராக இருக்கின்றார். அந்த நடிகரை பார்ப்பதற்கு கூடுகின்ற கூட்டம் ஓட்டாக மாறும் என்று எதிர்பார்க்க முடியாது. இதற்கு முன்பு திரு சிவாஜி கணேசன் அவர்கள் சிறந்த நடிகர். அவரே தேர்தலிலே போட்டியிட்டு ஒரு இடங்களில் கூட வெல்ல முடியவில்லை. மக்கள் கூடுகின்ற கூட்டத்தை வைத்து அரசியல் கணிக்க முடியாது. ஒரு முறையாவது தேர்தல் நின்று அந்த தேர்தல் மூலமாக அவருக்கு எவ்வளவு வாக்கு சதவீதம் கிடைக்கும் என்று பார்த்த பிறகுதான் அதற்கு பதில் சொல்ல முடியும்.
But even MGR was an actor.
MGR is an actor. 3 முறை சட்டமன்ற துறையாக 3 times புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்கள் தேர்தலில் நின்று வென்றவர். கிட்டத்தட்ட 30 ஆண்டு காலம் கட்சியில் இருந்து பணியாற்றியவர். ஒரு முறை எம்எல்சியாக இருந்தவர். திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஆட்சிக்கு வருவதற்கு 2 முறை தமிழகம் முழுவதும் சுழன்று பணியாற்றி மக்களை சந்தித்து ஆதரவு திரட்டி 2 முறை திமுக ஆட்சிக்கு வருவதற்கு காரணமாக இருந்தவர். திமுகவில் பொருளாளராக பணியாற்றியவர். மிகுந்த அரசியல் அனுபவம் மிக்கவர். அது மட்டுமல்ல, அவரோடு மூத்த தலைவர்கள் இருந்தார்கள். அப்போ திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் வெளியேற்றிய போது மூத்த தலைவர்கள், சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள், அவருடைய அமைப்பு, அவருடைய ரசிகர் மன்றம் வலிமையான அமைப்பு. அந்த அமைப்பின் அடிப்படையில் 5 ஆண்டுகள் கழித்துத்தான் பொதுத் தேர்தலை சந்தித்தார். முதலாக திண்டுக்கல் நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலை சந்தித்து மிகப்பெரிய வெற்றி பெற்றார். எடுத்துடனே அரசியல் அவர் வரவில்லை. 30 ஆண்டு காலம் கட்சியிலே இருந்து உழைத்து மக்களிடத்திலே நன்மதிப்பு பெற்று சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர், எம்எல்சி ஆக பதவிகளெல்லாம் வைத்து பிறகுதான் தேர்தலை போட்டியிட்டு ஆட்சி பிடித்தார்.
My last question is both political and personal. And I'll just take some time. Who is your number 2? In DMK, the number 2 is Udaynidhi. The succession is clear. Stalin, and after Stalin, Udaynidhi. In AIDMK, who is the number 2 to Edapadi Palaniswamy? Who is the number 2 to you? Do you have a clear structure, a power structure for that? Because people would like to know how the party is being run.
இதையும் புரட்சித் தலைவர் அம்மா அவர் சட்டமன்றத்தில் அழகாக குறிப்பிட்டார். எனக்கு பின்னால் 100 ஆண்டு காலம் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் தொடரும் என்று சொன்னார்கள். அந்த அடிப்படையில் நான் அதிமுகவுடைய பொதுச் செயலாளராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டேன். நான் மாண்புமிகு அம்மா இருந்த பிறகு பெரும்பாலான சட்டமன்ற ஆதரவோடு முதலமைச்சராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டேன். ஆக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டதிலிருந்து பல்வேறு பிரச்சனைகளை சந்தித்தாலும் பொன்மனச்செம்மல் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் கண்ட கனவு, இதே புரட்சித் தலைவி அம்மாவுடைய தேவ வாக்கு, தெய்வீக வாக்கு, இதையெல்லாம் ஒருங்கிணைந்து அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக நிர்வாகிகள், தொண்டர்கள் எனக்கு அந்த அங்கீகாரத்தை கொடுத்தார்கள். இது அதிமுகவுடைய நிலைப்பாடு, திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக நிலைப்பாடு. எதிர்காலத்திலே மக்கள் தான் முடிவு செய்வார்கள்.
Well, I think that's a very clear and yet diplomatic reply, but I have enjoyed meeting you. It's the first time I'm meeting you, and I wish you all the best. I hope you get your voice back. I hope your throat becomes okay. And your first interview on the 4th, whatever the result has to be to Republic. Thank you very much.
நிச்சயமா அதிமுக தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி நிச்சயமாக தமிழகத்தில் அதிக இடங்களிலே வெற்றி பெறும். அதிமுக பெரும்பான்மையோட ஆட்சி அமைக்கும். அதுவும் உங்களிடத்திலே நிச்சயமாக பகிர்ந்து கொள்வோம். இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி மிக சிறப்பாக மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்குது. உங்களோட கலந்து உரையாடுவதில் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி.
Thank you, sir.
நன்றி
Thank
சார்.
you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Palaniswamy. Thank you.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi writes a letter to floor leaders of all political parties in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha on Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, requesting them for their support. The Prime Minister said the discussion and passing of the bill to implement women's reservation is not just a process of lawmaking, but it is a means to realize the expectations and dreams of the women of the country. So a very big step. This comes from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who sought support for women legislative quota before 2029 elections. Now, the opposition has also started reacting to this. Now, this is Women's Reservation Bill. All right, we have our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, for more details and more insight on what's exactly happening. Abhishek, if you can put this into perspective, PM has written to leaders on Women's Reservation Bill. Abhishek.
Well, you see, yes. One, that the government is bringing in a special session of parliament. Two, that this is essentially an amendment to operationalize the women's reservation from the 2029 Lok Sabha elections itself. The fact that it was incumbent upon delimitation and perhaps it could have got operationalized by 2034, and because of which questions were raised about whether the government was really intent upon bringing in this crucial reform of reserving 1/3 of seats in our parliament and subsequently in our state legislatures for women of the country. So I think the Prime Minister there, by making this outreach to all opposition leaders, is underscoring the seriousness with which and the commitment with which the Modi government is really pursuing this whole issue. And there has been some element of criticism about the timing, given the fact that it is happening in the midst of campaign for 4 state elections.
Yes.
In fact, 2 states already completed so this 2 state elections, and the opposition also made a charge that this is government essentially trying to drive roughshod on the issue of delimitation, which has some consequences for so far as proportional representation of southern states are concerned, and led by the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. The southern states have tried to give a picture that, or present a picture that the delimitation is going to politically weaken the voice of the southern states, specifically Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, and Telangana, even Andhra Pradesh, because the delimitation is going to reflect the demographic changes. Prime Minister really wants to put those doubts, that perception to rest, and that's why he wants a very open debate, and that's why, in fact, the decision of the government to have a special session of parliament and not just club it with the other session. So, in that sense, Prime Minister is calling out all leaders, or calling them to participate in the debate and not skip the session, and to make sure that each and every view, irrespective of whether this is in support or theirs is in support of the government or against it, whether it's a critique of the new bill or the amendment that's being brought in, everything is discussed thoroughly in the special session of Parliament. So the Prime Minister there asking for everyone to join in and be part of the process, which is going to make this very crucial political reform of the country a reality.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Abhishek, for the details, and the seriousness can be explained that there is also a whip that has been issued for all MPs to be attending this, the session that will be on from 16th to 18th for discussion on Women Reservation Bill. Now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to address a massive Vijay Sankalp Sabha in Siliguri, West Bengal on Sunday, a key moment in the ongoing election. Big development from elections. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to address a massive Vijay Sankalp Sabha in Siliguri, West Bengal on Sunday, a key moment in the ongoing election campaign ahead of the upcoming two-phase assembly polls later this month. PM's election campaign ahead of assembly polls. Very few days are left for voting in West Bengal, and this is PM's Vijay Sankalp Sabha in Siliguri. All right, we have Harsha with us for more details on the phone line. Harsha, if you can give more details on the Vijay Sankalp Sabha in Siliguri.
Yes, you rightly pointed out the Vijay Sankalp Sabha of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is at 1 o'clock today in Siliguri. Yesterday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a massive road show where people were lined up to have just a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It was almost 5-kilometer road show yesterday, but today is a Vijay Sankalp Sabha of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Siliguri only. You see how Prime Minister Narendra Modi's rally has been massively planned by the BJP, and this was the outreach program where they wanted more and more Karyakartas, more and more citizens of the West Bengal to gather for the change which the BJP has been talking about. And in total, in first phase, Prime Minister's almost 11 rallies have been planned by Bharatiya Janata Party. And in this only, Prime Minister earlier did 3 sabhas in North Bengal. Prime Minister did a road show yesterday, and today it's a Vijay Sankalp Sabha, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, 2 days back to back in West Bengal, and this is an outreach program. Let me tell you, Shivam, the Bharatiya Janata Party, which has almost organized 500 rallies of all the leaders together for the first phase only, for the first phase, all the star campaigners, Home Minister, Prime Minister, the star campaigners, all of them are coming to West Bengal, and they will be jointly doing the 500 rallies. They'll be doing 500 rallies in the state of West Bengal. So this is the mass movement could be seen, the excitement could be seen. It's in the air in West Bengal, and as if everyone is looking forward for the change in West Bengal. They have been talking about the anti-incumbency. They speak about the winds of change in West Bengal. Also, how there's a massive infiltration in the state of West Bengal, and that it is a major time when the anti-incumbency government, Mamata Banerjee government, should be gone out of West Bengal to ensure that there's a development, there's infrastructure, youths are getting employment, women are being more empowered in the state of West Bengal, which has not happened in the span of 15 years. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been speaking about it So Shivam, we have to wait for 1 o'clock when Prime Minister will be addressing this Vijay Sankalp Sabha. We have heard Prime Minister in Haldia, we have heard Prime Minister in Asansol Uttar, Shiori and other areas. But today, what Prime Minister is going to speak that particular ground, which itself has a lot of significance, that we will see today when Prime Minister arrives. Back to you.
All right. Thanks a lot, Asha, for the details. So it's a big mega rally today. We'll keep our focus there, keep tracking the latest development. The Vijay Sankalp Sabha in Siliguri, West Bengal and North Bengal, PM Modi to visit today. It is Sunday, that is, a Vijay Sankalp Sabha in Siliguri, West Bengal, for poll campaigning ahead of the voting in West Bengal. PM Modi in Siliguri today, big development. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development. Now, this is coming from Nashik. An update on the Nashik case, on the radicalization case, and the trial of conversion and radicalization. There is an update on the probe into Nashik, a conversion case. Absconding accused suspected to be in Mumbai. Phones of 6 accused sent for forensic analysis. Big development in the Nashik case, in the Nashik radicalization case, conversion case. Victims were forced to offer namaz, eat meat that is prohibited in Hindu religion. They were sexually harassed in an IT firm. Now this is part of corporate. This is part of corporate. It's an IT firm and it's happening there. It's very shocking. And there's a special investigation team is now probing a series of sexual harassment cases at a multinational IT company in Nashik after 8 women employees lodged complaints alleging mental and sexual harassment over the past few days now, over the past few years, ladies and gentlemen. Even the HR officer who was involved there, she was receiving complaints, but she didn't act on it. Now, absconding accused suspected to be in Mumbai. Now, the SIT is tracking, probing the series of sexual harassment cases at a multinational IT company in Nashik after 8 women employees lodged complaints alleging mental sexual harassment. 7 people, including an assistant general manager, which is HR, from HR, have been arrested in this case. Now, senior employees, including women, did not take any action despite complaints, and a case has been filed against them. It's becoming very big, and Revati is with us for more details. Revati, what is the update on this in this case? It's supposed to be a big racket with foreign connections. Now central agencies are probing, and it's coming that the absconding accused suspected to be in Mumbai now.
Right, as you mentioned about the absconding accused, which is Nida Khan. Nida Khan, mind you, I will tell about the information that what exactly was her role. She used to teach girls how to wear a hijab or how to wear a burqa, or she would also take girls on that very premises terrace to offer namaz. And then they used to recite namaz in that specific premises of that office. That is the main update which is coming up, and that is said to be, that accused is said to be in Mumbai. As of now, the SIT couldn't catch hold of her, but there are around 2 to 3 teams which are deployed by Nashik SIT to get a catch hold of her. As of now, 6 mobile phones of the accused are confiscated by the Nashik Police's SIT. Why these mobile phones are important? Because as on Republic, we broke this news that there was a WhatsApp group. Mind you, there was a WhatsApp group which was created by those accused where they would tell about how Muslim religion is supreme and how Hindu religion is wrong. They used to tell them, they used to brainwash on that specific WhatsApp group. So it is really important that what data is retrieved from that specific mobile phone. Also, there are around 3 to 4 victims which are about to lodge an FIR against these accused. So there is a high possibility that there might be an increase in the number of victims in this particular case. Also, there's latest update which is coming up that TCS Nashik, which used to run a BPO, they are about to shut, and they are also asking new interns or the new recruitments to not come to the unit.
Stay with us, Revati. We
So
have
it will be
another
important
breaking
to
news
see that
development. Let me share that breaking news development, and we'll need your comment on that, more details on that. Now, in the Nashik shocker case, the company, the BPO, the IT firm, has suspended hiring of new employees for 8 days. Now, sources say some women staff not reporting for work. And the reasons are obvious, the reasons are clear. There was radicalization that was happening, the trying of conversion that was happening, and they were trying to convert the women, convert the female employees in that firm. And this is a very big revelation. It's sort of a racket with radicalists at work. Now, Revati continues to be with us. Revati, so the hiring has been suspended as of now. No new hiring for employees for the next 7 to 8 days.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, there are as of now 121 employees currently employed at that specific IT firm, but the new recruitments are stopped as of now, and whoever is recruited, they are also being asked not to come to the office as of now. Also, according to the sources, it is coming up that this particular unit, this particular Nashik's unit of that IT firm might shut down due to all these things. So now tomorrow, the operation head or operation manager of this particular IT firm who didn't take any cognizance of this particular complaints from the female employees will be presented before the court after 2 to 3 days of police custody. Now, why this hearing at the court is important at Nashik court? Because what role did she play, or why did she not take any cognizance of this matter will be important to look out during the argument which will be happening tomorrow in Nashik court. So it will be important to see that what revelations are made during this argument. Second, that how many victims are coming up in this particular case, and now what turn will this all take after the SIT brings up the deleted data from the accuser's mobile phones. Over to you.
Thanks a lot for the details in the story. We are getting another big breaking news right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very sad news, very, very sad news. Veteran singer Asha Bhosle, we're getting, okay, these are the live visuals which are coming.
दुखद खबर है कि अब हमारे बीच में आशा भोसले, जो कि मशहूर गायक हैं, 12,000 से ज़्यादा गाना गाए हैं और अलग अलग भाषाओं में गाना गाए हैं। लता मंगेशकर के बाद आशा भोसले का नाम लिया जाता था, लेकिन अब हमारे बीच में नहीं रहे हैं। फिलहाल उनका अंतिम संस्कार जो है कल 4 बजे दादर के शिवाजी पार्क शमशान भूमि में किया जाएगा और कल ही उनके घर के बाहर अंतिम दर्शन 11 बजे अंतिम दर्शन के लिए रखा जाएगा। यहाँ पे मुंबई पुलिस यहाँ पे कहीं बंदोबस्त बढ़ा दिया, क्योंकि जो चाहने वाले हैं, जो लोग हैं, लगातार पहुँच रहे हैं। इसको देखते यहाँ पे अब बैरिकेड किया जा रहा है। तो फिलहाल कहीं जिस तरह से ये आई है खबर कहीं दुखद है। जो चाहने वाले हैं आशा भोसले को, वो लगातार पहुँच रहे हैं ब्रिज कैंडी हॉस्पिटल। जी।
All right, viewers, this is very sad news that we are sharing with you. Veteran singer Asha Bhosle passes away. Very sad day for the nation. Legendary singer Asha Bhosle was hospitalized after cardiac arrest in Breach Candy Hospital, and after suffering a cardiac arrest and pulmonary complications, was in critical condition. 92-year-old singer, famous singer Asha Bhosle, no more. Even Prime Minister Narendra Modi had tweeted for speedy recovery. Prime Minister Modi had earlier tweeted that he was deeply concerned to hear that Asha Bhosle ji has been admitted to hospital. Everybody was praying for her good health and a speedy recovery, but we are getting this very sad news, very sad news.
दर्शन लेने हैं, वो आप वहाँ आइए और 4 बजे कल दोपहर को शिवाजी पार्क में इनके अंतिम संस्कार होंगे।
All right, so the funeral rites will take place tomorrow. Legendary playback singer, 92-year-old Asha Bhosle, who was a famous Indian playback singer, entrepreneur, an actress, television personality, predominantly working in Indian cinema and known for her versatility. And she has been described in the media as one of the greatest and most influential singers ever in the Hindi cinema. 92 years old. She was born on 8 September 1933. She passed away after a cardiac arrest in Mumbai in Breach Candy Hospital. Very sad day for the nation. Asha Bhosle was hospitalized after she suffered a cardiac arrest, and everybody was praying for her speedy recovery, but fate had it otherwise. She was in a very, very critical situation, very, very critical condition. 92 years old, and after suffering a cardiac arrest, she was hospitalized, and then we are getting to get the sad news of her passing away.
जिनको अंतिम दर्शन लेने हैं वो आप वहाँ आइए और 4 बजे कल दोपहर को शिवाजी पार्क में इनके अंतिम संस्कार होंगे।
डॉक्टर साहब This has been confirmed by the family that Asha Bhosle is no more. Very sad news. We have a correspondent live from that location. We'll share more details. But tomorrow, the funeral rites will take place at Shivaji Park. That's the latest we are getting. Veteran playback singer, famous playback singer Asha Bhosle passes away at the age of 92. Indian playback singer, entrepreneur, actress, television personality, predominantly working for Indian cinema. She was known for her versatility, passed away at the age of 92. In a career which spanned over 8 decades, ladies and gentlemen, over decades and decades of experience, she recorded songs for films, albums in various Indian languages, had received several accolades. She received 2 National Film Awards, 18 Maharashtra State Film Awards, 9 Filmfare Awards, including a Lifetime Achievement Award, and record 7 Filmfare Awards for Best Female Playback Singer. In addition to that, she also had 2 Grammy nominations, and in 2000 she was honored with the Dada Saheb Phalke Award, India's highest award in the field of cinema. In 2008, she was honored by the Government of India with the Padma Vibhushan. The second highest civilian honor of the country. And the Guinness Book of World Records acknowledges her in 2011 as the most recorded artist in music history. She's sister of playback singer Lata Mangeshkar and belongs to the prominent Mangeshkar family, renowned for her soprano voice range and often credited for her versatility. Her work includes film music, pop, ghazals, bhajans, and a lot more. Traditional Indian classical music, folk songs. Very sad day for the Indian cinema, for the Indian cinema fraternity. Very sad day. We'll be speaking to those who belong to the film industry in this case for a comment on that, but very sad news that we are breaking right now. She breathed her last today, Sunday, 12 April 2026, last day. She was born on 1933, aged 92 years. Playback singer, an entrepreneur, an actress, and television personality. More than 8 decades of experience. Her versatility includes film music, pop songs, ghazals, bhajans, and Indian classical music, and even Rabindra Sangeet. Apart from Hindi, she sung in 20 Indian languages. Apart from Hindi, she had sung in 20 Indian and foreign languages. In 2013, she made her debut as an actress in film Mai, received critical acclaim for a performance. In 2006, she stated that she has recorded over 12,000 songs. 12,000 songs, ladies and gentlemen, in a career. A figure repeated several other sources. Now, this is a very big development, very sad news, very, very sad news. Now, she is part of the Mangeshkar family, known for her soprano voice, and part of every Indian family. Everybody knows Asha Bhosle. Everybody has heard her songs. Everybody has experienced her songs, predominantly working in Indian cinema, known for her songs in many languages, in 20 languages. She was an expert. She was an expert in many languages, includes Marathi, Konkani, Gujarati, and many others. Now, Asha Bhosle is no more. Very sad news. She was born in the small hamlet of Goar in Sangli, then moved on to Sangli in the musical family of Pandit Dinanath Mangeshkar, who was Marathi and Konkani, and his Gujarati wife Shevanti. Very sad news. Asha Bhosle was just 9 years old when her father expired. Now, this is an end of an era in Indian music, end of an era. Voice of 12,000 songs, 8 decades of music, one icon. Asha Bhosle. Asha Tai, no more. Asha Tai, no more with us. Born on 1933, breathes her last in 2026. She was 93 years old, ladies and gentlemen. A list of awards, endless awards. She received many honors during her lifetime. Dada Saheb Phalke Award, Padma Vibhushan, Banga Vibhushan, Maharashtra Bhushan, and many other awards. Dada Saheb Phalke Award among many she received during her course of career, a long career which spans 8 decades. 12,000 plus songs, ladies and gentlemen. Asha Bhosle breathes her. Anuradha Podwal joins us to speak on this. Anuradha ji, it's a very sad news. I don't know how to describe this to our viewers, but very end of an era. 8 decades of experience, 12,000 songs. Anuradha.
Absolutely. This is shocking news. And Asha Tai was, a legend. They were in it themselves, an era. And Asha Tai, for one person, was an artist who defied her age. And she was singing and performing on stages full of enthusiasm, and she was an inspiration to so many of us. This is a very, very sad day, and the gems that she has given in O.P. Nair songs and R.D. Burman songs, and there won't be another Asha ji who will sing Piya To Ab To Aaja, sing songs like them. They were just incredible. She was an incredible artist and an incredible personality also. So this is a very, very sad day for us. Very, very sad day. Yes. And she was the doyen of, the Natya Sangeet that she used to sing, was just out of the world. I just pray that she attains Sadgati. But artists like them really don't, go away. They just live through their music. And she will always live through her music.
Definitely, Anuradha. And she had an incredible, versatile career. If you can share some memories, some fond memories with Asha Tai, it's a day of remembrance of the good old days.
The only one that I can share, there were countless times when we met together, and she was a very sweet, very, very sweet lady. And but I do cherish the day that I got to sing a duet, which was a Marathi duet with Asha Tai. And it was for the film Ha Khe Savalyansa, which became very, very popular. And yes, I really treasure that day. But having said that, my heart is full of sorrow. I just can't get over, not having Asha Tai around.
How big of a loss do you think this is for the media industry?
Why,
can this be described in words?
No, it cannot. It cannot. ऐसे मन मानता ही नहीं कि that she's not going to be around. But actually, all these legends, they live through their music. They never really go.
Yeah. They live with us. They continue to be with us. If you can share your thoughts on her style, the style of singing, the soprano music, her versatility.
One of the most versatile artists that will ever be. She sang everything, right from the sentimental, emotional numbers of O.P. Nair ji to the songs like R.D. Burman ji के जो गाने थे, you know, the vampish type, the love songs. She was incredible at her Natya Sangeet, which very few other artists sing, you know, this kind of variety. And I really fall short of words to describe.
Anuradha, when exactly did you receive this sad news? You are part of the fraternity.
No, just 5 minutes back. And it is very, very hard to believe.
Was she not keeping up well? Was she not well for a long time?
No, I don't think so, because, you know, we used to keep on seeing she appearing on some stage and then dancing to the songs and all that. So she was one person who defied her age also as an artist. You know, she was so exuberant and so full of life and so much energy. It was incredible, really.
She was just like a mother to many Indian singers. The entire media
Absolutely,
industry.
Lata ji and Asha ji, they have been mother figures, no?
I completely understand the emotions
Yes,
here.
yes.
I completely understand.
Yes, क्या मैं बोलूँ, मैं प्रार्थना करती हूँ उनको सदगति मिले, which she will, you know, जितना उन्होंने म्यूजिक दिया है हमें, तो
जी कुछ चंद शब्द मैं आपकी भावनाओं को बिल्कुल समझ सकता हूँ राधा, और कुछ और भी आप कहना चाहें, भावुक हैं आप भी?
नहीं, actually at this point of time I'm falling short of words.
जी, I completely understand. I completely understand.
Pranam.
Thanks a lot, Anuradha, for joining. But on a very sad note, I completely understand. Very sad day for the industry. So Anuradha Potwal was with us to speak and share her experiences with Asha Tai. Famously, that's how they called her. They referred to her, Asha Tai, Asha Bhosle. A spectacular career, a very versatile career which spanned over 8 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no other comparison in the entire world, I would like to say. 12,000 plus songs. It's what she sang. She had made her mark in her own style. She had a different style. She was a famous Indian playback singer for many generations. Best among all in many generations. An entrepreneur, an actress, TV personality. Known for her versatility, described in the media as one of the greatest and most influential singers to be ever born, to be ever been there in Hindi cinema. 8 decades of spectacular career. She's a playback singer who has recorded songs for films, albums, ghazals, pop songs and whatnot. Most versatile singers to ever be there. One of the most spectacular singers, Asha Bhosle, is no more with us. It's very sad. We also feel very sad to be sharing this sad news, breaking this sad news. It is an end of an era for the Indian cinema and for the music industry in totality to be saying that. No more. Asha Tai, no more. Born on 1933. Birth lost because of a heart attack, a cardiac arrest that she suffered. She was admitted in Breach Candy Hospital. Legendary singer Asha Bhosle, no more. India loses one of the greatest talents that ever was. End of an era in Indian music. Asha Bhosle, no more. The veteran singer Asha Tai passes away. Asha Bhosle, no more, not among us. It's a sad day for the entire media fraternity, for the entire music industry. Her mortal remains will be kept for final viewing tomorrow at 11 a.m. at Chhatrapati Shivaji Park. The last rites will be performed tomorrow evening at 4 p.m. as confirmed by her family. Asha Bhosle's funeral will take place at the cremation ground at Chhatrapati Shivaji Park. Very sad day. We can only cherish the memories. This is when she came to Republic Network, and you can understand the kind of respect everybody had for her. For Asha Tai, for Asha Bhosle, a spectacular career. Born in 1933, birth last in 2026.
अभी वो मतलब एकदम सरल स्वभाव से बात करती थी और मीडिया को बहुत मतलब जो भी जाता था बहुत प्यार से बात करती थी। कभी उनके अंदर ईगो देखने को नहीं मिला, क्योंकि इतनी बड़ी होने के बावजूद ऐसा लगता नहीं था कि इतनी बड़ी सिंगर होते हुए इस तरह से बिहेव करती थी। एकदम सरल स्वभाव, कोई अगर कोई भी जाता था तो उनको प्यार से बात करती थी। लेकिन अब हमारे बीच में नहीं रही आशा भोसले जी। और मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, ब्रिजगंडी हॉस्पिटल के बाहर की तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, किस तरह से यहाँ पे पुलिस ने सुरक्षा बढ़ाया है, पूरा बंदोबस्त बढ़ा दिया है। उनके घर के बाहर भी वहाँ पे सुरक्षा बढ़ाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि वहाँ पर जो है कल 11 बजे रखा जाएगा अंतिम दर्शन के लिए, जहाँ पे फिल्म जगत के लोग पहुँचेंगे। इसके अलावा महाराष्ट्र सरकार के कई मंत्री पहुँचने वाले हैं, महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री भी पहुँचने वाले हैं आशा भोसले के घर पर, और वहाँ पर अंतिम दर्शन के लिए जो चाहने वाले हों लगातार यहाँ पे ब्रिजगंडी हॉस्पिटल पहुँच रहे हैं। और जो परिवार के लोग हैं यहाँ पे मौजूद है, कल शाम से ही मौजूद है। कल जब उनको लाया गया तब आनंद भोसले के अलावा भतीजी भी यहाँ पे मौजूद थी, परिवार के अन्य लोग मौजूद थे, और उम्मीद थी कि आशा भोसले जी की तबीयत ठीक हो जाएगा। डॉक्टरों की टीम जब शाम को मेरी बात हुई तो उस समय कहा था कि उनकी सेहत में सुधार है, लगातार डॉक्टरों की निगरानी में, ICU में है, वेंटिलेटर पे है, लेकिन कहीं की सेहत में सुधार। लेकिन जब आज डॉक्टर की टीम आई तो उन्होंने कहा कि मल्टी ऑर्गन फेल होने की वजह से अब उनका निधन हो गया है। जो अनंत भोसले हैं उन्होंने कहा कि अब हमारी ताई नहीं रही। उन्होंने दुखद शब्दों में कहा कि लोग चाहने वाले जो पहुंच रहे हैं उनको विश्वास नहीं हो रहा कि अब हमारे बीच में आशा भोसले जी नहीं रहे हैं। 92 साल की थी और 10 साल की उम्र से उन्होंने गाना शुरू किया था और 90 साल तक वो गाना गाती रही। कुछ ही महीने पहले उनकी थोड़ी तबीयत खराब हुई थी, एक बार फिर से पहले आई थी और घर पर भी तबीयत खराब हुई थी, डॉक्टरों की देखरेख में थी। लोगों को लग रहा था कि उनकी सेहत सुधार हो जाएगा, लेकिन जब कल इनको लाया गया, कार्डियक अरेस्ट हुआ, उसके बाद कहीं के जो डॉक्टरों की निगरानी में थी, वेंटिलेटर पे, लेकिन अब हमारे बीच में नहीं रही। लगातार मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से ब्रिजगंडी हॉस्पिटल के बाहर से, और यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे DCP पहुँच चुके हैं और लगातार यहाँ पे पुलिस को भी सूचना दे दी गई कि यहाँ पे बंदोबस्त सुरक्षा बढ़ाया जाए, क्योंकि लोग आने वाले हैं, जो चाहने वाले पहुँचने वाले हैं, और जैसे जैसे लोगों को जानकारी मिल रही है लोग पहुंच रहे हैं ब्रिजगंडी हॉस्पिटल। कल जो है आशा भोसले का जो शव है उनके घर पर रखा जाएगा, 11 बजे से लगभग 2 बजे तक रखा जाएगा। फिर यहीं से जो निकलेगा सीधे जाएगा शिवाजी पार्क, जहां पर उनका अंतिम संस्कार किया जाएगा। तो कहीं न कहीं बहुत दुखद खबर है, लोगों को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा कि अब हमारे बीच में आशा भोसले जी नहीं रही। जी
So a very sad and somber day today as a legendary playback singer Asha Bhosle passes away in Mumbai at the age of 92. And these are the visuals, in fact, that we were playing earlier when Asha Bhosle visited the Republic Office and had a very candid conversation with our editor-in-chief. Now, this is a very sad news that we are getting this point in time, which was also confirmed by Asha Bhosle's son, Anand Bhosle, as he said that she passed away today. Those who wish to pay their last respects can visit the residence tomorrow at 11 a.m. We are getting to know that the last rites for the legendary playback singer Asha Bhosle will be performed tomorrow at 4 p.m. at Shivaji Park. She breathed her last at Breach Candy Hospital, where she had been admitted on 11th of April due to extreme exhaustion and chest infection. And these are the very candid visuals that we are playing when she visited our office earlier. I have my colleague, Senior Executive Editor Niranjan, joining us. Niranjan, a very somber day for Indians who in fact were charmed by the legendary playback singer Asha Bhosle, who also earlier visited our office. We'll try and get back to him. But a very sad day, not only in the world of entertainment, but across...
Asha Bhosle had a very...
Yes, Niranjan.
Yes, hi.
Yes.
It's a very sad day because, you know, Asha Bhosle ji was... she's such a fantastic human being, and she was very, very close to all of us at Republic. And she was very fond of the entire Republic family. Was recently at our campus. You saw those pictures. And one of India's greatest voices... no more. It came all of a sudden. In fact, yesterday we got an update from her niece that she was hospitalized and for chest infection. We were told that it was exhaustion, but and she also said, that is, her niece had said that she would give some good news today, but we've tragic news coming in that Asha Bhosle ji is no more. She was 92, legendary Indian vocalist, one of the most notable voices you will hear in contemporary India. 92 years of age. We are hearing that she passed away due to multiple organ failure. Just look at the kind of work that she had done, and she spoke about it in great detail when she was at the Republic campus. Imagine a life where you've recorded over 12,000 songs across various genres, across languages. I don't know whether there is a language that Asha Bhosle ji had not sung in. And her illustrious career spanning over 8 decades. Even if you just look at the sheer number, Hina, 12,000 songs, 8 decades. And even if you count the number of days in those 8 decades, that's more than one song a day, and that's her legacy. She had a huge body of work, and she was so proud of how she enjoyed her singing. In fact, even when she came to our campus less than a year ago, Asha Bhosle, she sang her heart out, and she was. All of us, for us, it's a really sad day. We've had the doctors at Breach Candy a few minutes back confirming that she passed away due to multi-organ failure. That's one of the reasons, causes of death. She was admitted to the Breach Candy Hospital. She was taken there yesterday for chest infection, exhaustion, and Zanai Bhosle that is her granddaughter, had given details of the treatment, and we are told that she has passed away. Career of over 80 years, and so much of a legacy, so much of work that she leaves behind. Those songs, that voice has given life and emotion to so many moments in India's history. She was known for her remarkable versatility when it came to singing, giving one of the most unforgettable songs, ranging from romantic songs to the modern pop songs, so the Hindi pop, as they called it, very popular across all ages, across all age groups. And Asha Bhosle, she lived a wonderful life. In fact, she spoke about how she enjoyed life, and she was so full of life that even when she came to our campus, she had suffered a fracture. She had fallen down, she had suffered a fracture, but she did not let that hamper her. She still came to our campus. She flew down from Mumbai. She came to our Republic campus and spent the entire day with us. That was the spirit of Asha Bhosle. What we will do is in about 14 minutes from now at 1:30 p.m., we will be playing out that entire episode of Legends. That our editor-in-chief recorded with her. She's truly a legend of India, one of India's most popular singers. She was shaped. She spoke about a strong family connection to music, raised in the Mangeshkar family. You look back at her life, it's not just characterized by her exposure to artistry, given her her legacy, but she's gone through so many ups and downs, and she comes from a very famous family called the Dinanath Mangeshkar family, and the siblings, that is Lata Mangeshkar, her sister, one of India's greatest singers once again, and both of them are known for playback singing. And they were legends. And Usha Mangeshkar, and then Meena Kadikar, brother Hridaynath Mangeshkar. And for Asha Bhosle, pursuing this career in such a renowned family was not a simple feat. And she broke many boundaries. And we all know the story of Asha Bhosle, and how much she has struggled. And I think if you listen to her story as she narrated it, when she spoke to our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, she went into great detail of everything that she's been through, every up and down. And it's a sad day, truly. In fact, there's no actor who didn't know her. Every playback singer looked up to Asha Bhosle. She was born as Asha Mangeshkar. 92 years old, was born in 1933 to the Dinanath Mangeshkar family. One of India's greatest, most influential singers, career spanning 8 decades, 12,000 songs. We will not be able to do justice if we talk about the kind of achievements that she has got in these 8 decades. But we hope that in about 10 minutes when we play out her story, that will be our tribute to Asha Bhosle. Look at the number of awards that she has won. She recorded songs in almost every Indian language. She's won many accolades, 2 National Film Awards, 18 Maharashtra State Film Awards, 9 Filmfare Awards, a Lifetime Achievement Award, and you can just go on and on and on. She was also honored, bestowed the honor of Padma Vibhushan in the year 2008, honored with the Dada Saheb Phalke Award in 2000, and the Maharashtra Bhushan in 2021, Bhanga Bhushan in 2018, and it's really a sad day because she was known to be such a fighter. I can't help but talk about her visit to our campus when she spoke about how, despite being injured, she said that she wanted to be with us at the Republic campus and meet all of us, including our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. So to talk a little bit about her early life, she was born in Sangli, Maharashtra, came from a musical family of Pandit Dinanath Mangeshkar, and she, look at her sisters, Lata Mangeshkar, her elder sister, the Nightingale of India. All of them started singing at a very, very young age. They started singing and acting in films to support their family. It was more a supporting role. They did it to back their family, to support their family financially. And over the years, in what began in 1943, at the age of 10, if I'm not wrong, she sang her first film song. And it just went on. She was 10 when she started singing, and at the age of 92 when she passed away today, she didn't stop singing for 80 years. For 80 years and over 12,000 songs, and she's dominated what we traditionally call Bollywood, but she didn't limit it to Bollywood. She sang in many languages. In Marathi, which was her native language, in Konkani, in Bengali, in various different languages, and today it's really a sad day. You had the doctors at Beach Candy make that announcement today. All of us were praying and hoping that she would recover, she would come out of this. But we are very sad to hear that she has passed away. I'd like to hand it back to you. I think we have some responses coming in from Mumbai, which was her city. She barely left Mumbai. She loved Mumbai. That's where she became Asha Bhosle, the Queen of Bollywood. She was referred to as the Queen of Bollywood, and it's a sad day. Let's play out some of the responses coming in from Mumbai and the different tributes to Asha Bhosle today.
Let's.
मैं आनंद भोसले, मेरी माताजी श्रीमती आशा भोसले, इनका आज निधन हो चुका है। कल सुबह 11 बजे वो जहाँ रहती थी कासा ग्रैंड लोअर परेल, वहाँ पर जिनको अंतिम दर्शन लेने हैं वो आप वहाँ आइए, और 4 बजे कल दोपहर को शिवाजी पार्क में इनके अंतिम संस्कार होंगे। मैं आनंद भोसले, मेरी माताजी श्रीमती आशा भोसले, इनका आज निधन हो चुका है। कल सुबह 11 बजे वो जहाँ रहती थी कासा ग्रैंड लोअर परेल, वहाँ पर जिनको अंतिम दर्शन लेने हैं वो आप वहाँ आइए, और 4 बजे कल दोपहर को शिवाजी पार्क में इनके अंतिम संस्कार होंगे।
All right, joining me is Hariharan, Indian playback singer. Sir, this is a very somber day today as legendary singer Asha Bhosle is no more with us. She started her career at the age of just 10 years old. decades of long career. What are your initial thoughts that she's no longer with us?
Sadness, shock, loss of words. I don't know how to react to it because I was very close to her. She was family to me, and a great artist. And needless to say, it's the end of a decade. I mean, it's end of a century, I would say. And the kind of work she has done is humongous, and the contribution she's done to the Indian music scenario is only she could do it. I mean,
absolutely. Sir, we are also playing out the visuals of her when she visited our campus, and one consistent thing that we can see in the visuals is her smile and how she is soaking everything in with great humility. If you can talk about her personality, how did she appear to you, such a legendary playback singer who is no more with us?
I would say, I mean, for me, she was like she was like a mother to me. I mean, I started my career in 83. I started singing with her on stage, and also I did some wonderful work with her, some ghazal albums and things like that. And she's been always so kind to me, and she's always had this smile. And I met her about a month back, and there also she was talking about life, and about all the things, and it was amazing. It was the amount of energy she had, I just pray God that, she's blessed, her soul is blessed.
Absolutely, all of our prayers are with us. But would also like to know from you, sir, because she was such a versatile person. She did not even sing in Hindi, but she in fact did singing in a lot of genres and in a lot of languages. And I'm pretty sure that your paths must have crossed on sets as well. If you can share any anecdote from the sets of Bollywood and how she was there.
Oh, I mean, initially when I used to sing with her, she used to say, she used to give me all the technical knowledge, how to stand near the mic, how you emote. And one day I was singing a song, she said, just smile a little, that song needs smile, just smile and sing it, things like that. I mean, she used to take care of the other person, the person who's singing, who's a junior artist who's just coming. I mean, she had just love for everybody, amazing.
Absolutely. And this news, in fact, came as a shocker to all of us because we were thinking that she might recover and get back her health. But this was a sudden news which came at this moment. I know.
But that's what we don't know, no? It's not in our hands. Yeah, just pray for her, that's all. Yeah.
And she not only was involved in singing, but she also opened her chain, Asha's. Which shows that her passion, in fact, varied not only from...
She's a culinary that I have had the good fortune of eating at her place some food cooked by her. And wow, it's amazing culinary.
And what the conversation that you had at that time when you had, in fact, food with her?
Oh, I was very scared when she used to serve. She used to serve, and there was so much love that it was very difficult to eat. I mean, to finish off what she served you, and she used to, and she used to kind of very particular in the way she went about her cooking and the passion. The same like what she had in music, and yeah.
And in fact, her singing varied not only from, in fact, she sang item songs and ghazals as well, something which is absolutely opposite poles, we can say. So her range varied drastically.
Basically, she's a singer. She's a monster of a singer, and she has sung all kind of genres, right from Marathi, Bhavgeet, Natya Geet, classical, I mean, the record she did with Ali Akbar Khan Sahab, all the bandishes were amazing. I mean, look at Umrah Jan. It's totally a different genre, basically, Lucknowi kind of ghazals and things like that. And then you have all the pop numbers which she did, all the cabaret numbers she did, and all the funky numbers which she did. So there's no end to. It's very difficult to describe her because the variation is humongous.
Absolutely. And sir, did you also get a chance to jam with her apart from the sets where she was a bit more casual and, collaborating with you?
Yes, of course.
If you can share that memory with
us. I did a full album with her, Abshari Ghazal. A full album I did with her, and there have been days and hours where we have worked on those songs. And even, whenever I used to meet her and all that, there was rehearsals. After that, she would say, hey, Aik, hey, Bandish Aik. And she will sing something, and then it goes on, like we are jamming. I'm trying to, me and other singers also who are there, and we try to sing that Bandish, and it's always about music and related things.
And did you get a chance to speak to any of the family members of Asha Bhosle?
Not yet, ma'am. I have to meet them now. Yeah, not yet. I have not met them.
Absolutely, a very somber day. But so this is a day for sorrow, but it is also a day for remembrance and remembering the good old memories of Asha Bhosle.
Yeah. It's basically shock. You feel very sad, but there'll come a time when we have to celebrate her. There's a pause. The celebrations has to happen for her.
And she is also a role model for the new generation to come of all these singers.
Yeah. She's a diva, the biggest diva of her.
Yes, sir, and we are in fact playing out the visuals of the time when she visited our campus. In fact, she fell and there was some injury, but she was persistent that she will go ahead and do this event. That clearly shows that she defied
I heard about it.
all odds.
Yeah, I know. She's very, very strong-willed. Very strong-willed.
Absolutely, it is a day of remembrance for her, and we are playing out these visuals. But thank you so much for joining and, in fact, talking to us at this somber hour, when we are, in fact, covering the news of Asha Bhosle no more with us. It's a shock for the entire nation. Remember, she received multiple awards, Maharashtra Bhushan Award, 7 Filmfare Awards for Best Female Playback Singer. Incredible Asha Bhosle, also known as Melody Queen, record 18-time winner of Maharashtra State Film Award for Best Female Playback Singer. She got 18-time winner. And this is the news that we are covering of the veteran singer Asha Bhosle no more with us. At 79, in fact, she made her acting debut in 2013 with Mai, portraying a mother suffering from Alzheimer's disease, yet another testament to her artistic range. She played different roles, in fact, sung diversified musics, in fact, not only in Marathi, Hindi, English, ranging from item songs to ghazals. And these are the visuals when she had a very candid conversation with our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami. And not just film, Asha Bhosle also explored independent music and collaborations as well, had multiple notable works, collaborated with legacy musicians, in fact, Ustad Ali Akbar Khan as well. And she had a versatility as far as linguistics are concerned, saw her record songs in multiple Indian languages, including Marathi, Bengali, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Punjabi. And now we'll play out the entire conversation she had with our editor-in-chief earlier when she visited our campus. Take a look.
तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए। Big round of applause, please. इस देश की आवाज बनकर उभरी। आज हम सब के बीच है, तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए आशा जी का। ये वो लम्हा है जिसका इंतजार आप सब कर रहे थे।
A very warm welcome to all of you, a very good evening, and a very warm welcome and a heartiest welcome to our living legend, Asha Bhosle ji. And as we honor her this afternoon, I would like to thank our sponsors, Legends, the latest edition of Legends. And now I request our Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami to please come on the stage and accompany Asha Bhosle ji to the stage, the moment we are all waiting for with a bated breath for so long now. And a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. It's an honor to have Asha ji between us, amongst us here. We honor an emotion that is timeless, that is fearless, that is unforgettable. And now we will start with the conversation. And thank you so much, all of you.
नमस्कार। आज मुझे स्टेज पे गाने के लिए जाती हूँ, उतना डर नहीं लगता है, इतना डर लग रहा है अर्नब के सामने बैठने का क्योंकि मैंने देखा है बहुत बड़े बड़े लोग मतलब सब किस्म के लोग इनके सामने बैठ के कुछ उत्तर नहीं देते। कभी मैंने देखा था एक बड़ा हमारा मतलब क्या है मिनिस्टर हैं, वो बोले जा रहे थे और ये चुप बैठे हुए थे सामने ऐसे करके, ऐसे चुप बैठे हुए थे। उनको पता नहीं लगा कि अभी मैं क्या करूँ। ये बोल ही नहीं रहे थे, बोल रहे थे आप भी बोलिए
तो
हाँ,
मैं भी बहुत नर्वस हूँ आज, कल से प्रिपेयर कर रहा हूँ, बहुत कोशिश की, अभी आधे घंटे पहले मैंने गिव अप कर दिया। आई हैव नेवर बीन एज नर्वस एज टुडे इन माई होल लाइफ ऑनेस्टली। और मुझे लगा कि इतने लोगों के सामने अपने लैक ऑफ नॉलेज, लैक ऑफ म्यूज़िक, लैक ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ फिल्म, सब कुछ एक्सपोज हो जाएगा इतने लोगों के सामने। तो मुझे आशा ताई पहले तो माफ़ कर दीजिए, कोई गलती होगी, कुछ गलत बोल दूंगा, गलत गाना का नाम ले लूँगा। आई वुड लाइक टू सीक योर फॉरगिवनेस इफ आई डू दैट टुडे। बट फर्स्ट आई वांट टू से दैट व्हाट अ लेडी, व्हाट अ लेडी टुडे। श्रवण, वेयर इज श्रवण? अब श्रवण सेन हमने जब कहा, मैंने कहा कि आनंद जी से बात कीजिए कि आशा ताई आ सकेंगी क्या, तो देयर वाज अ बिग क्वेश्चन मार्क। उन्होंने कहा कि आप मुंबई जाएंगे तो हो सकता है। मैंने बोला क्या वो आ सकती है, एक बार पूछ लीजिए। जब उन्होंने कहा कि आशा भोसले जी आएंगी और ये डेट है, आप उस डेट को हो सकता है तो करिए, क्योंकि इनको लंदन जाना है, फिर शेड्यूल करना मुश्किल होगा। तो मैंने कहा इमीडिएटली फिक्स कीजिए। एंड व्हाट एन आयरन लेडी, मुझे अभी कहा जैनाब जी ने, जस्ट टोल्ड मी राइट नाउ दैट 2 दिन पहले शी हैड फॉलन एंड शी इज ब्रोकन अ रिब, बट दिस अमेजिंग लेडी said we made a promise, we will come to Republic, so for that alone thank you very much Asha ताई। इससे बड़ी बात क्या हो सकती है हमारे लिए। She is an amazing person। मुझे तो बहुत खुशी होती है कि आपको मैं जानता हूं जी,
जैसे मैं आपको जानती हूँ अभी डॉक्टर ने मुझे बोला था, सब डॉक्टरों ने, कि प्लेन में जाना तुम्हारा ठीक नहीं है, पट्टा बंध के जाना चाहिए तुमको, ये वो। मैंने कहा कुछ नहीं होता। एक डॉक्टर मेरे जैसे, उन्होंने बोला कोई बात नहीं जाओ तो मैंने उन्हीं का सुना और मैं आ गई। कभी कभी मुझे अपने घर वाले पूछते हैं कि तू कौन है, तुझे पता है क्या तू कौन है? मैंने कहा कौन है, तो मुझे बताओ कौन हूँ मैं। तो वो लोग बोलते हैं कि तुम आशा भोसले हो जी। मैंने कहा मैं आशा हूँ, सिर्फ आशा हूँ। भोसले ये अलग भोसले है, मतलब क्या कहना चाहिए कि नाम के वजह से है वो है। वैसे मैं जो आशा हूँ वो किसी ने पहचाना ही नहीं अभी तक। जो आशा है, वो आशा बहुत सिंपल, बहुत सादी घरेलू औरत है, खाना बनाने वाली औरत है। ये कोई जानता ही नहीं है कि मेरा दिल क्या है। लेकिन गाना है जो बचपन से मिला है, वो गाती चली आ रही हूँ। अब ये सितंबर को 93 लगेगा मेरे को।
93।
तो ऐसे ही जीवन चल रहा है।
80 साल की करियर है आपकी। 80 मतलब अगर आप कह रहे 81 इयर्स की करियर है। मैंने एक क्लिप प्ले करना चाहता हूँ, और मैं ऐसा करूँगा क्योंकि थ्रू योर म्यूज़िक ही आपकी स्टोरी को सबके सामने रखेंगे। आज हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपने बारे में बताएं। तो क्या आपको याद है जब पहली बार आपने एक गाना रिकॉर्ड किया था? उस गाने का नाम है, मराठी में है, सला चला नावबाला। नावबाला।
अच्छा, इसलिए आपको मराठी भी आ गया।
आजकल तो थोड़ा केयरफुल रहना पड़ता है। वैसे मैंने राज ठाकरे की इंटरव्यू हिंदी में की है,
मैंने देखी हुई है।
तो ये गाना मैं पहले इसका एक क्लिप प्ले करूं या फिर उसके, क्या आप पहले बताइए, जब आपका पहला गाना था, जब आपने पहली बार रिकॉर्ड किया था, आप कितनी साल की थी?
10 साल की थी
जी।
43 मेरा
1943 का।
हाँ, 43, 10 साल की थी। और ये पहला ही गाना मेरा था जो माइक के सामने खड़े होके गाना था। और उस वक़्त बहुत कांप रही थी मैं, पता ही नहीं था ना कि माइक क्या होता है, कुछ ये सब आया ही नहीं था, कुछ आया ही नहीं था कि माइक होता है और गाना गाते हैं, ये वो सब। तो पिताजी ने रिकॉर्ड करके रखे थे अपने गाने। तो उस वक़्त इतना वो माइंड वो नहीं था। तो पहला गाना जब मैंने गाया तो मुझे लगा कि मैं गा सकती हूँ, दीदी नहीं सिर्फ गाती है, मैं भी गा सकती हूँ करके मुझे लगा कि हमारे सब भाई बहन सब गाते हैं। तो वहाँ से लाइफ शुरू हुई, वहाँ से आज तक खड़ी हूँ। और फिल्म लाइन का खड़ा होना ऐसा होता है कि 10 बजे आप स्टूडियो पहुँचे तो रात के 2 बजे 11 बजे आपको छोड़ते हैं, कभी कभी 8 बजे सुबह छोड़ते हैं। ऐसे होता है, अपना लाइफ ऐसा ही है, माइक का लाइफ विचित्र होता है। तो वैसे ही जीवन यहाँ तक आया है।
वो क्लिप प्ले करूँ मैं? मेरे पास क्लिप है। शैल वी प्ले द क्लिप?
वो मैं हूँ पीछे इसके। ये इधर।
आपको याद है वो दिन जब आपने रिकॉर्ड किया था?
गाना याद है, मतलब मुखड़ा याद है बस। चला चला नवबाला गुंतू चला सुममाला, बस इतना याद है।
आशा जी, you lost your father at a very young age. और आपके फैमिली के बारे में कहा जाता है, for 4 generations, as A.R. Rahman said recently in an event, that for 4 generations your family has only served the cause of music. So we want to know about the family. आपके फैमिली के बारे में, जो टफ टाइम्स आपके फैमिली के गए हैं, और क्या एटमॉस्फेयर था उस घर में? आपके पिताजी क्लासिकल वोकलिस्ट है, लता जी, उषा जी, पूरी फैमिली आपकी।
हृदयनाथ
जी।
मेरे पिताजी गोवा से बहुत छोटे उम्र में भाग के आ गए थे बम्बई, और आके गाना तो उन्होंने वहीं सीखा हुआ था, और यहाँ पर क्लासिकल उस वक़्त गाते थे लोग। फिर उन्होंने ड्रामा कंपनी बनाई खुद की, बलवंत संगीत मंडली, और वो उनके मालिक थे और काम भी करते थे। और ऐसे जीवन में हमारा भी ऐसे होता था कि खाना बदोश जैसे होते हैं, 3 महीने उस गांव में, 3 महीने उस गांव में। तो ऐसे महाराष्ट्र में हम लोग घूमते थे। तो सब बच्चे लेके पिताजी माँ को लेके सब मतलब सर्कस जैसे होता है ना, वैसे पर्दे इतने बड़े बड़े, सेट्स वगैरह सब जाता था, लोग जाते थे, बहुत लोग थे, 200 लोग काम करते थे। तो बहुत मज़ा था उस वक़्त। दूध पीना, मलाई खाना बड़े अच्छा लगता था मुझे। तो पिताजी का वक्त था उस वक़्त, बहुत अच्छा था। फिर पिताजी जब गुज़र गए तब ज़रा कठिन परिस्थिति आई और उसमें से निकल गए कठिन परिस्थिति। माँ मेरी बहुत होशियार औरत थी और वो कहती थी कि तुम कोल्हापुर में रह के तुम बड़े नहीं बनोगे, तुमको बम्बई जाना चाहिए, तुम मेंढक के जैसे इस पानी में पड़े हो, ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए, तुमको बॉम्बे जाना चाहिए। करते करते हम बम्बई आए और बम्बई में फिल्म लाइन में फिर शुरू हुआ। HMV में बहुत काम किया, नॉन फिल्मी गाने गाए और फिल्म के गाने तब से शुरू हुआ है। पहले आपको मालूम है कि तकलीफ़ें तो होती हैं, फिर नाम होता है, फिर नाम में वक्त में मुझे लगता है कि नाम पैसा बड़ी बात नहीं है, लेकिन आपका नेचर कैसा है, आपके नेचर के ऊपर लोग आपसे प्यार करने लगते हैं। और मुझे अभी तक याद है, मेरे इतने लाइफ मैंने शो किए हैं, बड़े बड़े शो, मुझे कभी किसी ने ऐसे नहीं कहा कुछ गड़बड़, कोई बात नहीं। मैं जब स्टेज पे जाती हूँ, नमस्कार करती हूँ, लोग जैसे मेरे मुट्ठी में आ जाते हैं, इतना प्यार करते हैं मेरे को कि मैं जो बोलूँगी वो उसको तालियां देते हैं, जो गाऊँगी वो। तो ये प्यार हमारे स्वभाव से भी है। आप कितने नम्र हो और कितने आप मतलब नास्टी हो, मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, कैसे होता है, लोगों को ईगो दिखाने की कोई मतलब नहीं होता है, ईगो ये अच्छा नहीं है। तो मैं वैसे सादगी से चलती हूँ तो लोग मुझसे प्यार करते हैं। और हमारा जीवन जो है फिल्म लाइन में बहुत तकलीफ़ से होता है, क्योंकि रात हमारे लिए, वो रात को 7 बजे अगर शुरू किया तो दोपहर को दूसरे दिन छोड़ते थे। उस वक़्त ये मशीनरी भी नहीं थी, 1 ट्रैक 2 ट्रैक 4 ट्रैक, अभी तो 100 ट्रैक होते हैं, तो उस वक़्त कुछ नहीं था। तो मैंने 1 ट्रैक पे गाना गाया है। तो मैं मराठी का गाना था, पूना में गाना था, वो 1 ट्रैक मशीन था। तो म्यूजिशियन मेरे इर्द गिर्द खड़े थे और मैं गाना गा के डक करती थी, वो फ्लूट बजा के हट जाता था, मैं खड़े होके गाती थी। तो ऐसा भी मैंने किया हुआ है। और एक बार तो अंधेरी में मोहन स्टूडियो में, थिएटर कोई खाली नहीं थे, सब शूटिंग चल रहे थे। तो हमारे गाना था, कोई भी म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर को मिलते थे, बहुत आते थे। और जो माइक है, बड़ा माइक, वो पेड़ पे लटका के मेरे को बाहर खड़ा करके, स्टूडियो में म्यूजिशियन थे और बाहर मैं उस माइक से गा रही थी। उसको 4 बज गए तो गाने के वक्त में कौवे काव काव करके चले गए। तो हमारा रिकॉर्डिंग कट हो गया। फिर गाड़ियाँ शुरू हो गई, धक 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 करके, ट्रेन चालू हो गई। तो ट्रेन में तो गाना, ट्रेन जब जाती थी तो 1-2 होता था और गाना गाते थे। ऐसे ऐसे दिन निकाले और गाने गाए हैं।
आप जब गाना गाती है, जब रिकॉर्ड करती थी उस समय, क्या आपको लगता था इतना बड़ा हिट हो जाएगा? कभी आपने सोचा था कि आज से 60 इयर्स बाद, 60-70 साल बाद लोग उसी गाने को गुनगुनाएंगे? जैसे मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ आपको, जैसे 1971 का जो गाना है, पिया तू अब तो आजा। क्या आपने सोचा उस समय? 1971 मीन्स 53-54 इयर्स बैक।
वैसे कोई नहीं बता सकता।
अभी भी रीमिक्स उन्हीं गाने के होते हैं,
हो रहे हैं।
तो आपको याद है, डू यू रिमेंबर दैट सॉन्ग? कारवा मूवी का गाना है। मैं बस जानना चाहता हूँ, डू यू रिमेंबर द मोमेंट, द सॉन्ग? मैं उसका एक क्लिप प्ले करता हूँ उसको, सो दैट वी गेट यू इनटू द मूड। वो कैन वी प्ले द क्लिप ऑफ दिस ब्यूटीफुल सॉन्ग, आशा ताई? One of the most unforgettable, bold, expressive, new trend in Indian cinema at that point of time. तो आप जब ये गाना, when you sang it, how did you approach this?
कारवां का गाना है ना?
कारवां का गाना है 1971 का।
और उस वक्त मैं पंचम से कहा कि पंचम, ये ऐसे गाने तुम मुझसे क्यों गवाते हो? दीदी से क्यों नहीं गवाते हो? दीदी को अच्छे अच्छे गाने देते हो और मेरे को ऐसा क्यों? बोले ये गाना आपको मालूम नहीं क्या होने वाला है, क्या होने वाला है? मैंने कहा कुछ नहीं होने वाला, कोई प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकता है कि ये गाना मेरा चलेगा, ये मेरा हिट होगा, कोई बोल नहीं सकता है। वो तकदीर की बात होती है, उसकी देखने वाली की बात। तो ये गाना जब गाने लगी थी मैं, तो इसका दूसरा अंतरा था तेरे पैया पढ़ूं के मैंने छुए थे तेरे कदम, ऐसा कुछ। तो मजरू सुल्तानपुरी ये गाना छोड़ के चले गए और कहा कि बिटिया, वो मुझे बिटिया कहते थे, बिटिया मैंने गंदा गाना लिखा है। मैंने कहा क्या हुआ पिया, तू अब तो आ जा। बोले नहीं, वो जो अंतरा है उसमें एक वर्ड मेरा अच्छा नहीं है, मैं घर जा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि वो नासिर है, मेरे से कहा नहीं जाएगा उससे कि शब्द बदल, तो वो बदलेगा नहीं। तो फिर मैंने कहा कि आप घर क्यों जा रहे हैं? बोले मेरी बेटियां हैं, वो जवान हो के गाना ये गाएगी तो मेरे को क्या लगेगा। तो मैंने कहा मेरे को तो गाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मेरा काम ही है गाना गाने का, और पंचम का इतना अच्छा गाना है तो ट्यून अच्छी है। तो ये नहीं पता था कि इतना चलेगा।
तो कंजर्वेटिव ज़माना था उस समय
बहुत। ये गाने, मेरे गाने 3-4 गाने तो कम से कम बॉम्बे रेडियो से बंद हो जाते थे,
बैन होते थे।
हाँ, बंद हो जाते थे, और फिर वो सिलोन से चलते थे, और सिलोन से हमको पॉपुलरिटी मिलती थी।
That's amazing. And आज today she has 13,000. How many songs have you sung, Asha Tai? 13,000, 13 to 14,000 songs. यानी कि you were moving with the trends. जो अमेजिंग बात है आपके बारे में कि आप हमेशा अपने स्टाइल को, अपने सिंगिंग स्टाइल को हमेशा चेंज करती थी। यू हैव ऑलवेज मूव्ड विद द ट्रेंड।
क्या हुआ
जी
कि बचपन में हम बहनों की आवाज़ एक जैसी थी।
अच्छा।
दीदी की पतली आवाज़ थी, मेरी भी पतली आवाज़ थी। तो मैंने सोचा थोड़े 2 गाने गाने के बाद कि दीदी होते हुए दीदी का गाना इतना अच्छा, तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मुझे मेरी स्टाइल बदलनी चाहिए, नहीं तो मैं चल नहीं सकती हूँ, क्योंकि दीदी है। तो दीदी के अगेंस्ट कुछ मतलब मेरा स्टाइल अलग करना चाहिए। ये देखिए मैं हूँ
जी,
दोनों
जी।
दीदी और मैं। तो मैंने पहले शुरू किया, मुझे इंग्लिश पिक्चर और इंग्लिश गाने सुनने की आदत थी, और वो आदत से मैं गाने कैसे गाते हैं, उनकी आवाज़ कैसे होती है, ऐसे करके गाते हैं। हम नहीं गाते ऐसे, कांपता नहीं होता है हमारा गले में, हमारा स्ट्रेट होता है गाना, इंडियन गाना स्ट्रेट होता है। तो मैंने काफ़ी गाने सुने हैं सबके, अभी जैसे रॉक 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 इना मिनाडिका डायडमिनिका, ये ऐसे करते करते मैं मेरी आवाज़ को और मेरे स्टाइल को चेंज कर दिया मैंने,
सोच समझ के।
मैं सब स्टाइल में अपने आप को ढालना चाहती थी, क्योंकि वहाँ के सिंगर जो गाते हैं वो मैं लाई में, और जैसे सैड सॉन्ग होता है तो कैसे करना चाहिए, ये सब मैंने अपने आप उस वक्त तैयार किया। और इसलिए मेरे गाने हर इसको पसंद आते हैं। जैसे जवान लड़के होते हैं, जो कॉलेज के लड़के होते हैं, उनको मेरा गाना बहुत अच्छा लगता था। जो बुढ़े होते हैं तो उनको क्लासिकल के वो गा के रखे। तो आने वाली जनरेशन के साथ साथ मैं चलती आ रही हूँ। आज मैं काला चश्मा करके करती हूँ ऐसे भी करती हूँ, लेकिन नई जनरेशन आज बदल रही है, उनके सुनने की स्टाइल बदल रही है, और उनके बोल अलग होते हैं। हमारा क्या होता था कि बोल, जो गाने के बोल हैं वो गाने का आत्मा होता है। जान है वो, उसका शरीर है उसका म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर, और उसके साथ सिंगर जो है वो हम हैं सिंगर का काम ये है कि गाने को किस मूड में है ये और कैसे गाना चाहिए, आलाप करना चाहिए, हरकत लेनी चाहिए, ये हम लोग करते थे। अब मेरा और दीदी का ऐसा था कि हम गाने को सजाते थे, इसीलिए हमको बुलाते थे वो लोग और कहते थे आप अपने स्टाइल में गाइए। तो नेचुरली दीदी और मैं, मेरा एक स्टाइल होता था, उसका एक स्टाइल होता था। मैं तो सब स्टाइल के गाने गाती थी वैसे, तो मेरा सब जगह मतलब काम आता था, इसलिए इतने गाने हुए हैं, नहीं तो उतने गाने होते नहीं कभी।
तो उस समय के जितने रोमांटिक सॉन्ग्स भी हैं,
जी
ऑल द सॉन्ग्स फ्रॉम जीनत अमान टू मधुबाला, आप रही हैं, यू हैव बीन द वॉइस ऑफ जीनत अमान, यू हैव बीन द वॉइस ऑफ मधुबाला। तो आई वुड जस्ट लाइक यू टू रिमेंबर लिटिल बिट, अगर आप हमें कोई एनेक्डोट्स बता सके अपने कोई गानों के बारे में। वैसे मेरे लिस्ट में आपके कई फेमस गाने हैं, जैसे रोमांटिक सॉन्ग्स में जो हमारे फेवरेट्स भी हैं। आपने भी पूछा कि मैं आपको सवाल पूछूंगी तो मैं बहुत नर्वस हो गया। मेरी लिस्ट में अमंग माय फेवरेट्स आर दो